What a pain in the ass. Yeah, streaming on YouTube is no easy feat. It's just the extra hurdles that they make you go through is just kind of nuts. Okay, we have our cup of tea. We have our computer. So, a couple of days ago, I thought, while I was playing Genshin Impact, oh, wouldn't it be nice if my AI assistant could read the subtitles for me out loud? And I thought, well, that shouldn't really be that difficult to do, because we just need to get it some screenshots from the game and then send those screenshots to some kind of OCR, optical character recognition, you know, like when you used to scan pages out of books and it would translate all the texts. And then, you know, we send it to the text-to-speech engine, which already exists. So we're using Google API, Google Cloud Vision is what we are using. And I've set up this Python script, of which I've got 2 copies of right now. I think this one's my latest one. So I got this Python script here, which basically waits for an image file to show up in this folder here, and a batch file. What it basically does is it waits. I can show you now. Let's demonstrate it. So there it is. It's running now, and it's telling me it's waiting for an image file. The reason I wanted it to work this way is if I didn't do it this way, I would get this annoying black console window come up every single time she goes to read the next page, and it would make the stream look ugly, and I didn't know whether I could sort of force it onto the non-captured screen for the stream. I'll go over here. So now I can put it over here. For the sake of demonstration purposes, I'll leave it over here. But when I'm streaming, I can put it on this screen over here, which is the one you guys can't see, so that it doesn't look ugly. But yeah, it's basically waiting for an image file. So if I take, let's take snipping clips. I have an example here. Let's give it something else. I have some Genshin lore here. I believe we should be able to find some more. Hang on. I'll show you where. So I have all these different ones. So that was Hourglass of Thunder. So let's give it, actually, was it? Survivor of Catastrophe, that was. Okay, that was this one then. We'll give it Thunderbird's Mercy. So let's give it Thunderbird's Mercy. So let's say this is our screen, right? This is from Twitter. Doesn't really matter. Well, we can use snipping clips, because what I like about this is I can just save it. So that, let's say we've sent it, we've captured this during our streaming session. The idea is that I'm going to be capturing the screen, or a section of the screen where the subtitles are, once every second while I'm streaming. And then we just take the latest screenshot from that list of screenshots. Seems a bit wasteful, I know, but it's fine. It's just the easiest way I can think to get it all to work. So let's say we are our AI program now. What I can do is I can send this Python script, and it's looking for a file called image.jpg. So let's do that now. Let's say so this would be the stage where we send it the latest screenshot. We can say, okay, here's the latest screenshot of what I'm playing live on stream. Let me just send that over to the OCR, and you'll see it pick it up here, and I'll leave that there so you can see what it's doing. So we send the image file, boom. It picked it up, output successful, output complete, and now it's back to waiting for another image file. It deleted the original image file for us as well. and then it's saved something called output.txt. Now if we check output.txt, you'll see, look at that. Thunderbird's Mercy, a purple wildflower that survived in the volcanic ash. You can't see because of my camera. Let me just move that fire. Anyway, it's done an amazing job, right? So it's turned all that into text, so she could now read that out. Sentence was total obliteration. Yeah, I don't know where it got floor from. Oh, it's because we got flower. Ah, look, it's picked up floor from flower. It's a little too sensitive then. Yeah, you can see floor there actually, which looks like an artifact flower of something, and it's picked that up. Because this is like semi-transparent, right? But yeah, not to worry. The main text, the meat of what we want is there. She would read that out loud, is what we're going for. And what's nice as well is we get the bounds of where each word came from. So you can see Thunderbirds was first, and it tells us where those bounds were from the screen, from the image that we sent. Mercy, a purple wild. Now what's nice about this is eventually, but not today, I thought what I could do with this is, rather than just regurgitate more text on the screen constantly when she's reading out, I can take these bounds and get it to highlight on the screen where she's up to as she's reading it out. That would be really cool. So if you imagine that this is the output on stream, again, this is going to be probably part 2 of this project. For today, I'm just going to do part 1. So yeah, imagine that we're in, you know, we're in the thing now and she's doing it now. Then she could be like, you know, you could imagine she'll put like a transparent, semi-transparent box over this as she says, Thunderbird's Mercy, a purple wildflower that survived in the volcanic ash. And we can get it to actually highlight on the screen where she's up to as she's reading it as well, by using these bounds. So if you're wondering about this, this is all just Google Vision, Cloud Vision. So you can get yourself a free trial to that. I think it does 1,000 images a day for free. And anything after that is chargeable. So that sounds like it should be fine. I mean, I don't know, 1,000 pages of subtitles. I mean, for a long stream that isn't voiced, maybe that won't be enough, but, you know, it'll have to do. But that sounds that sounds pretty good to me. So that's what we're going with. So this is all set up now. It's all working. It waits for the next image file. We just need to launch this batch file that I made from this folder here when we want to go into reading mode. All right, so what's next? So next is we'll load our Kat-GPT project in Unity. And we obviously need to think about how do we want to start this process and how do we want to end this process. So I'm going to use wake words. So because obviously she's listening and it's, you know, she's voice activated. So in my wake words, I'm going to use here words. Here we go. I'm going to use start reading and stop reading. So in the same way that I've got play music, stop music, we just need to grab these two, copy them. We'll change this one to start reading. And sometimes it thinks I'm saying starts, so I'll also add starts reading. Do you know how bad it is at and I'll put in brackets read text on the screen. Okay, at the moment this is looking for event system music. Well, I've already created over here, my camera's always in the frickin' way, a screen read. Camera's right in the way there. You can see at the top there. At the moment, all it's got is this very basic screen read. Originally I was trying to get this to run in Unity directly, but I couldn't actually get that to work, so I've gone for Python instead. We don't need that. So after going through event system, we're looking for screen read game object, of which we will set active to true, and then stop reading. Stops reading, I'll add as well. Stop reading text on the screen. Get rid of that. Event system screen read set object to false. So all that's going to do for now, we can test it, and I'll just turn that script off because it doesn't work. But we'll see that this is turned off. I need to move my freaking camera, don't I? Let me just move it over here because I can't be bothered. Right, I'll move it over here. You can see it now. So there you go. There is my screen read object. It's just an empty game object with a basic script on it, but the script is already redundant because I couldn't get it to work. So we'll change all this, so don't worry about what's on here. So yeah, for now we just want to make sure that and we don't have our name Google could not be found. Are you missing yeah, okay, that's because yeah, we couldn't get that to work. Yeah, to be honest, this is all redundant code right now. None of this works. We do want it to be on enable, so I'll leave that for now. You know, for now I'll just put a debug.log so we can see. Begin screen reading we'll put so we can see that it's firing and activating there. Okay, give that a save. That should make these errors go away. Okay, give that a save. I would give it a run, but I need to first get my speech to text up. So we'll do that now. Just need those two. Bring my OBS back up. Yeah, I was looking for subtitles to test this thing with. I've got like a million tabs open right now. Okay, so I did all this last night, by the way. Okay, so if we give it a test now, assistance? Assistance? Hello? Huh? Why is my voice to text? Ah, we got an error. Huh. Interesting. Why is that then? Hang on a minute. We don't want that right now. Did I run the wrong? Ah, I did. I think I ran. That's Google Cloud Shell. That's something I installed yesterday to get the vision working. Yeah, that's the one I want. Okay, I got confused. So let me stick that in apps out of the way. It's this one that I want. There we go. Now our Chrome plugin should work if we refresh that. There we go. Chrome proxy is active. Beautiful. And it's already started coming up on the screen. Assistant, start reading. There we go. We saw, I didn't get a debug.log. That's interesting. But I did see this come on. Did I not hit save or something? Strange. Oh, it's because we disabled the script. Huh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I disabled the script because I didn't want the code to run, but now I've deleted the code, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, so we can see that that's working. And she is able to start the process of reading and stop the process of reading. What I'm also going to need to do, though, is I'm going to need to make sure that when she's in reading mode, she's not listening for other wake words or responding to me as a chatbot or any of those other things. So all the rest of the functionality needs to be disabled when she goes into like quote-unquote reading mode. So what I'm going to need to do is in my here words, this is where all the magic happens. I'll make a private bool, which I will call is reading, which will default to false. And if we go back to our start read, there we go, we'll make sure that we set is reading to true. And as we come out of reading mode, we want to set is reading to false. Also, I'm going to make sure and is reading is true on this, and is actually, well, no, we want to encapsulate all of this with the is reading false statement. Which means this one is now going to need to be moved if I do that. I might do it as a new if statement. Oh, this is messy. Okay, if is reading is false, then we can do everything in here. We obviously need to do the stop reading command outside of this if statement. So we need to make sure we do that. I'm not sure how far out we're going with the nest. How far out are we going? Ah, oh, Christ. Good question. If is reading is false. Oh man, I hate these indentation nest things. Well, it's going to be somewhere like that. Let's see what that does. Stick that up there, tap it across. Oh, yes, look at that. What a guess. What a guess. Oh, I like it when things work out nice like that. Okay, that's fine. If is reading is false, then we can do all these if statements within that statement. However, stop reading, it is reading will be true. Right? So that this doesn't want to be part of the is reading false, because in this case is reading will be true. So this needs to come outside of that if statement, which should be, I think, is it here? I actually don't know. Let me check that. Okay, we can follow this line down, 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 down. Yes. Yep, that's exactly where it needs to be. Holy shit, I'm being really lucky with nesting today. That rarely happens. That seems to be in the right place. Obviously, we need to test it. Make sure that should now stop. So once she goes into reading mode, okay, and she thinks she's reading, and we need to make sure she also isn't like reading out chat messages and things like that from people in chat. But yeah, one step at a time. Yeah, one step at a time. Yes, I might need to make that bool public actually so that other parts of the system can know that she's currently reading. Okay, so if I test her normally first, we'll just ask her a question. Assistant, how are you today? Shit, I think we broke her. Looks like we broke her. Why though? Assistant, how are you? Okay, what's interesting is she's going into wake mode, which is this, right? Assistant. So she's coming into here. But then she's not carrying out like conversational routines. What's weird is I can't even find where do we send the normal conversation to her? So when we've woken her, oh, it's well. So this wakes her up. Conversation equals true. If the current phrase is different from the last phrase. Where do we send normal? I can't even find it. Because these are all like specific voice commands that I added. If current request replace is false. If conversation, I think it's this. If conversation and web query is false. So we're currently in a conversation. Receive voice.text, reset that. And we send this phrase to the stream manager's voice request. Yeah, it's this here. It's this here. I might actually... Yeah, and this is looking up Google searches and stuff. You know, I might actually comment these out because these were a little bit tricky for me to find just now. So normal conversation is this. Chatbot conversation. And this one is Google search requests. Okay. But these aren't working now for some reason. Okay, yeah. No, because we didn't start that. Yeah, no, I still don't really know why that's not working. That's really strange. Assistant, how are you today? Okay, what is wrong? What is wrong? What is wrong? So we know we're coming into this. Conversation becomes true. Current request complete becomes true. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's kind of strange though. Why does current request complete become true? So the reason it's not firing is current request complete should be false in order to do a web search or a normal chat command. So why were we setting it to true? But it was obviously working before. So there must have been a reason that I was doing that. I know I also have a cooldown on that that automatically resets that. But why would that change now? See, I would think that Reset request status. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so if we it actually works the opposite to how it sounds it should. So in 1/10 of a second we reset the current request complete status to false anyway after calling that coroutine, which now makes sense because I'm saying basically if that flag is set to false, it means that we're still we still want the attention of our AI assistant, right? The AI assistant should be, you know, listening to us essentially. But I think the reason I had to set that to current request complete true was to stop it going back in on the next frame, right? So I had to make sure that, like, basically we tell our loops that okay, we already activated this part of the code, but then we basically start this coroutine for request status to be reset after 0.1 seconds. So I must have got my nesting wrong somewhere, I think. Where does that come down to? Comes down to there. That's the end of that. So that's in the right place. That ends where it should. And all of these seem to be in the right place. But that's actually... Yeah, no, that's right. That's definitely right. Because that's the end of... You know what I should do? Oh, that's a really good idea. Why don't I do this? Especially when I start nesting like this. So this is the end of if... End of screen reading condition check. I should say what these are ending, right? Wait, that's not what that is. That's end of current request complete is false. We can see it is. Oh, wait a minute then. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. That's not what that is. So this actually needs to be down here. Actually. Because that there is the end of screen reading condition check. And let's just trace that up and make sure that's correct. We trace this up. This should be the start of the if. No, it's not. Oh my god, this is... Why is... I hate nesting. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Right, chill out. Right, we start the if assistant nest here. We start the if reading is false here. But then that seems to close that conditional check there. Right, okay, this is where it's wrong then. Yeah, because this is the beginning of what we do if reading is false, and then we close it there. That's interesting. So that actually would want to come out. Oh, God. Give me some fucking border. Oh, God, I hate these windows that have no border on the resize. They have no thickness to the resize fucking gizmo. Jesus Christ, I'm trying to resize my screen. I get like 1 pixel to grab. 1 fucking pixel. Like, how? Just make it fucking thicker. Give me a couple of pixels to grab, for fuck's sake. Look at it. Jesus, you gotta get that one exact fucking pixel. Fuck off. Off. This is Microsoft for you. They made the fucking operating system and they can't even make a resizable window properly. Jesus Christ. Right, anyway, whatever. It just makes me so mad. Like, it's so fucking awkward to use. Look at that. You have to be exactly on the right pixel. Fucking hell. And what if you like, what if you got an 8K monitor? I'm only in 1080p. Imagine trying to do that on an 8K monitor. Fucking hell. Learn to code, says the guy who's struggling with his code. Right, okay, so, yeah, okay. Okay. Twist up and down. Okay, that's the end of... Okay, let's test that. Assistant? How are you? Ah! I've broken my entire AI! Right, let me just load the original code. This is driving me fucking nuts. This is why we make backups. What I don't understand is why that wasn't part of an if statement, right? The first part. And maybe it wasn't meant to be, but I just want to double check because it seems kind of fishy to me that it wasn't. So I wonder if something went wrong. We could always just restore from backup and then just try it again. Sometimes it's just like, it's easier just to like fucking stab it again. And like sometimes it takes longer to find out where you made a mistake, especially with like big complicated nests like this. I find sometimes it's longer. It's like, I suppose a good analogy is it's like a big massive tower of Jenga, right? If somebody puts one brick in some wrong place somewhere and you got to try and find that needle in a haystack, it's like really, really awkward. But because if you could go back in time and undo that last person's move and then just, or a couple, like you have to go back a couple of moves, like it would be quicker to redo those couple of moves and just make sure that you don't make a mistake in that place the next time than it would be to sort of like try and reverse engineer exactly where that mistake is and then find out where it needs to be moved to. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, and this is probably one of those situations, to be honest. But I am going to nonetheless check from my backup in my scripts. Here words. Is here words not in our scripts folder? It looks like it's not. Okay, that needs moving. Okay. Take that out. There it is. Because what I'm curious about is in the update here, it seems strange to me. Yeah, I could also just grab this code right now and paste it in. But what seems stranger is I moved, because at the top of this we put in if is reading is false here. But really, yeah, okay, this is where it's gone wrong. Yeah, this is what I thought, right? So this is part of one if statement. We can clearly see this is one conditional check, which belongs to, you know, the previous like 3 or 4 nests, right? So this is like a self-contained conditional check right here, right? Which makes sense. But in here, it's not. It became, it's like the conditional check became is reading false. This is where it went wrong. Yeah, because if we look at this here, right, this is the end of the wake word check, right? So everything underneath is a different voice command, but in the new one that I made, we basically say this all belongs to the wake word assistant, which it doesn't. So this is where we fucked up. I might just control and undo. Yeah, like I said, it's one of these situations where it's become so tangled now that it's going to be quicker just to... I'm going to try and undo the... rather than revert back to the previous original code. Right, you can see here, this is where I start to type it in. Okay. Yeah. So this is back to the original structure. So this is a good place to, it's probably a good place to back it up, actually. Let's just make a quick notepad. Stick that in there. Okay, this is the moment of truth. It's like just making sure that all my nests are right. Right, so we've got our voice command in here. But we're trying to filter out the other ones so that they don't activate when that voice command is up. Yeah, so this here is still one contained statement. God, I do hate these nests. I really do. I feel like there's got to be an easier way to add nests inside of complicated nests like this. I'm just going to give it some space. So there's our huge parent condition, right? And this was all the code. All of this needs to be a child of this, but it needs to retain its structure. I don't really know what went wrong before, to be honest, because I'm just going to do the same thing that I tried to do before. The only one that doesn't belong in there is stop reading, which needs to fall outside of that. Yeah. Now this is where I hate it, right? Because I have no fucking clue where what these are ending. So we should probably try and trace these, right? We know that, okay, we know that that's the end of is current request complete false. We need to just follow it down. So we can see here anything that appears to the right of this line, basically. So we'll put our mouse there so we can see that line. Anything that appears to the right of this line. So that's the end of that condition. So it should just be as simple as this now. This should now go in here. Boom, tap it across. And then that should go, but I don't know, is that like a clue that I fucked something up? If I have to move that back, is that a bad sign? Right, let's go back and check it. Does that look right? So if our is reading condition is false, then we got our independent. Now that looks better than it did before. We should test that and then move the stop reading separately. Okay, let's test that. Oh, these multi-nested things always trip me up. All right. Assistant, how are you? Assistant, start reading. Okay, she just started dancing for no apparent reason. Ah, look. Okay. Oh no, no, that can't be right. That's kind of weird. She she specifically asked to speak to me. That was weird. I'm good. How are you? So the screen reading activated, but she also just started dancing. Now, to be fair, I used that wrong as well, right? Um, let me just try that again. I did use that request wrong though. I should have come out of the chatbot before I asked her to start reading. But that's the thing. She shouldn't have gone into reading. But then again, I suppose she probably would if I still gave her a voice command, which she probably shouldn't. But why did she start dancing? It's like she went. It's almost like she went through all of her voice commands at once or something, which is really weird. Let's just test that again. Why is she struggling to... That's normally white. Okay, she didn't say cat. That's not my wife. That's not my wife. Why is she struggling to initialize? Oh, okay, just breathe. Breathe. Okay, that would suggest that... Hang on, something's not right. Let me just come out of this project. Right, Unity screwed something up with a resource there, I think. I don't think it released... an allocated resource. Assistant, how are you? I have some stuff for you to read later. End conversation. Assistance. Start reading. Yeah, no, okay, no. Okay, everything's working fine. Okay, yeah. I shouldn't have said, mind you, I do need to find, this is, okay. So what I just discovered, and when I think about it, it makes sense. So everything is right, everything is good. But what I accidentally discovered, right, the reason she's dancing is if I look at my code, I copied the play music structure for the start reading thing. So there'll be a call for our animator in there, which we just need to remove. So that's why she's dancing. She's not actually going through the dance routine. Because if she was, she'd be playing music. So that's not actually broken. I just need to change my code. What I also accidentally discovered is that I can activate a voice command whilst I'm supposed to be having a chatbot conversation with her, which I shouldn't be able to do. But that's just because of the way I've structured voice commands at the moment. So that's like, okay, that's a future bug fix for me, because I don't think she should be able to do that, because the more voice commands we get, the more I'm going to be accidentally triggering voice commands when I'm just trying to talk to her. So that's why, yeah, okay, that's something I will deal with later. Yeah, a conversation seems to be working. That shows that the nests and the loops are working correctly. We can activate the start reading. So if we look at start reading, there'll be an animator call in here to get it dancing. There you go, that's it there, look. Go to animation state 3, which will be dancing. And then we used to activate music, so we don't want to do that anymore. What I might do, I thought might be quite funny actually, is if we I could get some glasses for her. I think that'd be funny, is if she suddenly like wears glasses when she's doing this screen reading thing. But again, these are all just silly little, visual things that we can add later. I just want to get the basic functionality working first. Okay, so chatbot conversation seems to be working fine. We can trigger voice commands still, so that shows that this is working. Now we just need to make sure that stop reading comes outside of the if condition for is reading false, which comes down to here. So that's the end of screen reading condition check. So the stop music stop reading command wants to come down to there, outside of that, and then we can bump it back there. Okay, so let me test that. Also, she should stop dancing now. So again, I think I'll start by just having a little bit of a chat with her. Assistant, what are we doing today? Are you up for some fun? Me too. Yeah, go ahead. Sounds like fun. End conversation. Now that's the thing, actually, like for certain commands, like end conversation does need to be activated during a conversation, because otherwise how else do we disable it? Same goes for the screen reading now. So let's test screen reading. I've got to wait for it to... Assistant. Start reading. Stop reading. Stop reading. Stop reading. Okay, this is actually good. I think I have to call her again. Assistant, stop reading, which is what I want. But let me just test it again one more time. Stop reading. Okay, that's actually good that she's not, right? Because I want to sort of first make sure I use her wake word first and then instruct it to stop reading. So if she does it now, then everything is set up perfectly and it's time for a backup. Assistant, stop reading. Okay, interesting. No, stop reading just doesn't work. Okay, everything else is working, but for some reason, stop reading. Oh, but wake word wasn't working, was it? I just realized it's going to be really, really awkward. Because the wake word is a condition of is reading false. See, that's not true. Okay, yeah, that's not true. We can't put the wake condition inside of is reading false. Because if we do that, we can't use the wake word to end the reading state, right? To change the reading state. So actually, I think the wake word specifically just the wake word needs to be outside of this condition. You son of a bitch. Otherwise, we can't get her out of the reading state. Let me just try that. I still don't know why this isn't triggering now. This is part of this if statement, which is that one. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. But I think it's because, no, I think it's because we weren't able to wake her. Yeah, I think this should fix it. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Assistant, what sort of games do you like to play? I would never hurt you. They're probably just insecure. And probably very jealous. True. End conversation. Okay, so yeah, chatbot conversations are working. She's her conversations are so much better now since I've put those values back. I can't believe it. It's like it actually feels like I'm talking to a real person again. It's really great. Assistant. 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 Why is this thing so shit? Assistant. Yeah, okay, there's something weird going on. Why is she not wakeable right now? Assistant? Assistant. Assistant? This happened yesterday as well, so I think this is some other strange bug. Assistant? Yeah, so first of all, it keeps thinking I'm saying assistance because the fucking speech to text thing that I bought is fucking garbage. But we've got that set as a wake word as well, so it should still be triggering, which it's not. So something else is going on here. But as far as I can tell, shouldn't that be saying wake sent equals 0? It's a typical day of coding where I just want to get to the next step and then I keep finding all these issues like 6 steps back. It is what it is. Assistant, you look nice today. I know I'm being a simp. You can assemble me as much as you want. End conversation. I need to get out more. Well, I just gotta send something to it, so whatever. Okay, now I need to make sure that she can be walking again. Assistant? Start reading. I'm talking now. Nothing is being sent. That is good. She triggered her screen read, which is on. Now I should be able to use the wake word and disable that. If this works, it's time for a backup. Assistant, stop reading. Yeah, I also fixed the bug that I found yesterday, which was this. I don't know why yeah, that should have been set to wake 0. I'm not sure why it wasn't, to be honest. Just a little mistake I made, I guess. Okay, it's definitely time for a backup. This is the best version of Kat-GPT we've ever had, by far. She can't read yet because we haven't fleshed that out, but I want to do a backup because we fixed quite a few bugs there. And all the nesting and everything seems great for... we don't want to be in there. We want to be in here. So let's just delete the existing backup. Make a new one. To make a little checkpoint for ourselves. Yeah. This shouldn't actually be too bad because I've already got the Python script. It's already waiting for an image file. Apparently why am I recording? That's weird. My OBS is recording this as well as streaming it, apparently. Not sure why it was doing that. Strange. Strange. Yeah, it was recording a video as well. Not sure why. Okay, so let's load Genshin Impact to give it some data to work with, right? And I'll show you how we're going to get data to it. So let's launch Genshin Impact, which is what we're going to be using this on very soon. I just noticed you couldn't hear any of the desktop audio because, you know, it always does this. It's so irritating. I don't know why it does this, but So I have this desktop audio control, right, which is supposed to be capturing obviously the desktop audio. And this thing always changes itself, and I don't know why. Well, actually, to be fair, it sometimes changes itself to default, but I need it on Elgato, and I probably need to set that as my default or something. How do I do that? Yeah, it says there though, global audio devices, Elgato, desktop audio. I've already got it set as my default, so I don't know why it does that. I have no idea why it's doing that, but it does it all the time. Just to annoy me. So yeah, I don't know. I've got it set right as far as I can see, but it just decides it doesn't want to use the correct audio device regularly. Oh, don't put me. Ah! Jesus! Spawn me right in front of a big ass bird, why don't you? Oh wait, I'm right next to a chest as well. What the hell? How did I even get here? Wait, what? How am I here next to a chest? I don't understand. Oh, Saucy. Oh, we were talking to Saucy, weren't we? Oh my god. What a place to spawn into. Good job I have like the best team ever. 2 heals on team. Nah, you did now. Wait, he wasn't even... Oh no, he's not dead yet. Oops, he's only half dead. I was gonna say, because we didn't get the chest. Well, that was unexpected. Now we got the chest. Okay, well, that was weird.
Pack everything up nice and carefully. Anything?
Okay, yeah, we were talking to her. Okay, so how is this all going to work, you may be asking? Well, can we talk to her right now? There we go. That's what I want. Well, actually, let's ask about something that she's going to say a lot about, right? So there, we can see where subtitles are going to appear in the game, right? Now, that's really helpful. Now, I downloaded a program called ShareX. These screenshots don't actually exist anymore, so I don't know why it's showing them. I deleted those. I know I did. Yeah, it's empty, so I don't know why. I don't know why. Anyway, under capture, was it auto capture? Yeah, custom region every 1 second. Just bring the game back up. And then we've got select region. Right, okay, I can't show you the game at the same time, but you'll see here there's like select region, custom region. And I'm saying every 1 second auto minimize to tray. I have to put that on the other screen so that I can click. No, Genshin stole my mouse. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is so stupid. Okay, as soon as I try and load Genshin, though, I lose the mouse. It's fucking irritating. Okay, so I can alt and enter in Genshin, but it moves everything down, so I'm a little bit worried. It's not going to be entirely accurate, but we'll be as accurate as we can be. So now I can draw a region. I don't know if you can see that. Everything's frozen on my side. But on my end, I know in OBS, but it's given me like a region where I can draw where I want it to capture the screen. So obviously what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw where the subtitles for the game will appear. And then it's capture every 1 second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit start, go back into the game. This is really hard to do, by the way. I don't like the way, also I don't like the way it's doing. I hate this program, you know. How do I stop that now? Capture, auto capture. Then we've got to stop. Right, okay. Things I don't like about this is... There's quite a few things I don't like about this. First of all, it's saving them as PNGs, which I don't want. I want them as JPEGs because they take a lot less space. Just delete them. Thank you. Right, can I not change? Also, what it was doing is it was putting them in a folder with today's date, which I don't want because that just makes it harder. It just makes it harder for me to know what folder they're going to be in and shit, and then I have to do like folder scans and shit like that, which I don't want to. I don't want to be doing that. So I don't want it to do that either. I don't know if I can customize it. Ugh, task settings. Image. Right there. We can change it to JPEG, which I want. I don't want PNGs. JPEG quality 90 is fine. File naming. It's not really file naming. It's like I said, it's making a folder. Okay, so I managed to get it to... I managed to change the images to JPEG at least. Let me just see. Let me just try Googling this. Right, I don't need any of these tabs anymore. Share X, auto capture, folder name. I don't care about that. Under task settings, go to upload, click on file naming. When you click on the box, it'll give you a pop-up. Yeah, I'm in there now. But it's not the file, it's the folder. Well, I was in there. It's here. Mind you, I do want... Yeah, I do want it in date format. Yeah, I'd rather have date format in the file name. Right, so that goes down to minute, %h minute. I'm also going to need seconds as well. So is that just %s? So that says clipboard upload pattern for window capture. Yeah, it's got date and time in here. Right, so I added seconds to it. Put that in there as well. Now I just have to stop it from actually watch folders. Now I just need to stop it from putting it in the date. I don't want it to put it in a folder for the date. Right, so let's go back for now. Let's just say capture, auto capture every 1 second, select region. For now, let's just do something roughly there. Okay, go back to my screenshots folder. There's my screenshots folder. Hit start. Yeah, it's still creating a folder of today's date. Is that correct, at least in terms of the file format? So that should be today's date. But it's doing it in American format. Well, I can change that, can't I? It's doing it month, date, year, which is asked backwards. I'll do it Japanese. It's better to start with the year. You want to do it in Japanese because that way everything really is chronological, right? You want year, month, date. In the same way that time has the largest first, hour, then the next largest, minute, then the next one, second. You always want to go down, right? That's why Japan, as far as I can tell, are the only people who do dates correctly, which is year, month, date. That's how it should be. Always start with the largest and then go, you know, you want to go down in specificity each time. We do it backwards. America does it insanely, like middle first and then the smallest and then the biggest. Like, what the fuck? Americans are weird. Yeah, and Japan's the only one that does it correctly as far as I'm concerned, which is year, month, date, which is the way it should be. In the same way that, like I said, that we do hour, minute, second. It just makes sense. But anyway, I digress. So I need to stop this now because I want to change that. I can just press that and then stop. Okay. Let's delete all of these. I don't want to open it. I just want to... Ah! Just select them! I really hate this application. Oh my god. How do I just select them? Hold shift. Okay. But then it doesn't even delete the files. So then I've still got to go in here and delete the files. It just deletes it out of this stupid preview thing. I feel like this software is just like it's unnecessarily convoluted and complicated, which it doesn't need to be. for what it actually does. But it's free and it does some good stuff, so I mean I shouldn't really complain. Right, file naming. Let's try that again. So these idiots on the forums said to start with month, then date, then year, probably because they're American weirdos. Shit, so now I have to move all this. So I want year first, okay? That's the way it should be. Then I want month, and then date, then hour, then minute, then second. Yeah. So I think that's correct. So yeah, 2023, April 19th, 10:35, 15 seconds in. Perfect. Okay. So that should change that. I still don't know how to share X. Share X. Auto capture. I mean, this is what I searched for last time. Folder name. Configuring share X. Yeah, no, I don't want it. It's for the auto capture. That's different. Okay, paths. Right. There's a path. Share X personal folder. Use custom screenshots folder. Yeah, I already did this. And then maybe it's subfolder pattern. Paths. Where the hell is paths? Okay, I think that's task settings. I think there's like a general settings or something. Where the hell is it though? Application settings. Paths, right. Subfolder, year and month. Yeah, I don't want a folder name at all. So can I just put that as blank? Looks like it. Okay, let's test it now. Might finally do what I want. So I want auto capture every 1 second. Set a custom region, which I'll do. What? Okay, why did it... I said custom region and then it didn't ask me to draw it, so I don't know what the fuck it's doing. But look, it's finally done what I want. So it's put them in screenshots directly and it's formatted them by year, month, date, hour, minute, second. That's perfect. So now if I want the latest screenshot, I should just be able to sort these. And we've got 44, 45, 46, 47. You can see the seconds going up. So that's perfect. And they're in JPEG, so they're not taking up much space. It's almost perfect, but the region wasn't quite right. Stop. Okay. Okay, so now I just need to once again set the region where the subtitle is. God, this is fucking awkward. Select region. Maybe I didn't click that last time. Okay, and this moves down slightly. Okay, so it's going to be somewhere in this kind of region where I want it to capture. Okay. Start. Go. Go full screen. Just going to give it a few seconds. Make sure we get some captures. And that should be fine. Let's open our folder. Make sure that we are getting a good view of... Okay, there's some subtitles there. Open. Why have I not got open with... Yeah, stop moving everything. Oh my god, this is so irritating. Open with their photos. There, that's all I wanted to do, is make sure that it looks good. Right, I don't want it to go down here where the buttons are though, because it's obviously going to speak that, right? It's going to say start autoplay, confirm on every single subtitle, which is going to get really annoying. And although I could filter it out, that's going to be different for every single game. So really I need to just make sure I'm getting the area of capture a bit more accurately, I think. So yeah, no, that we need to work on that. So that's not quite right. So let's stop that again. I know this is a pain in the ass, but once it's set up, it should be great. So and delete all of those. Let's select our region again. See if we can get a better region. Where is my box? There it is. Okay. So we seem to, yeah, we seem to capture too far down. So let's try. Here, start, full screen, give it a few seconds. And obviously once we've got the coordinates that we need for a specific game, we could just write those down. We could even do, you know, eventually we could even make it so that it's got profiles, you know, we could say, okay, you know, I mean, thinking about it, you know, there should be like a setting somewhere where I can say, okay, AI assistant, I'm playing Genshin Impact, and it's like, oh, okay, you want me to read the screen. I know that I'm playing Genshin Impact, and I know that here's the region, you know what I mean? Whatever. It needs to be captured. Mind you, I'd need a way to send that to this program. Okay, let me just, because this is really annoying in File Manager, so I'm just going to stop it so that I can keep things steady while I check. Yeah, that looks perfect. Okay, so any subtitles that appear should appear in this space. So that's perfect. If it translates all of that and reads all of that out, I think that's perfect. So we know that our screen bounds are set up. We know that they've all got date and timestamps correctly. We know that they're all going in a certain folder. So yeah, I think I'll just... Now I just need to make sure that that's running when I want this thing to work. For now, like as a test case, right, I will just leave that on the side there. I'm just going to delete these like no good ones. Right, so we know that all of the files in here now are, they basically look like this, right? So we know that all of those files are good files, if you like, right? They're good test case files. So now we need to make sure that it picks that one up when it's time to read the screen, because that's the latest screenshot, and then it'll send that to the OCR, and then the OCR will come back with the output for us. Okay, so let's work on that now. So we know that this gets activated. This is our code. Okay, so we want to use something called system diagnostics. And the reason we want to use that is that can basically run tasks for us. Just make sure that, yeah, that confuses debug, by the way, because that has its own debug. So if you're doing any debugs, just make sure you convert them to Unity engine debugs. I'll move that over so you can see it. All right, so basically what we want to do is, the first thing we want to do is we want to launch our Python script, right, which I have a batch file for. So it's as simple as saying something like process start. And then we give it the process that we want it to start at. So in this case, well, actually, it's going to be running locally anyway, yeah, but it's going to be in a subfolder. So the subfolder, we can check this now. The subfolder name is going to be reader in lowercase, which we can see there. So we want to say reader /, And the name of our batch file is read.bat. Okay, so we can literally just tell it to start that process. So that will now load our reader.batch file, and as I demonstrated earlier, our reader.batch file is going to be waiting for a file called image.jpg in the same folder, image.jpg. Then it's going to process that and send the output and save the output to the file. So here's how this should work. So this will start our read.bat process. The only thing is, there is a way to check to see if that process is running. Because we don't want like 50 of those processes running all at once. So like if I decide to, because I'm going to be, I imagine during a stream, I'm going to be like, start reading because we get to a cutscene, stop reading. Then if I say start reading again, I don't know if there's a way to end the process. Yeah, maybe that's a better way of doing it actually. It's just we'll make sure, or we could even do a void on disable and we could kill that process then, to be fair. Yeah, that's actually a better way of doing it. Process. Is it kill? How do we end the process? I don't even know if you can actually. There should be something simple enough for Kat-GPT to help us with. In Unity, if I use from system diagnostics, how can I then end the process later? You can use process.kill. Well, I couldn't find that. Oh, okay, so you have to do it like process equals so we should be using process equals new process start. Now the kill will immediately terminate that process. Okay, so it's saying I should be using this to start the process. And then on disable, we can have this now, which should kill the process. And we can test that. Yeah, we can test that actually. But then it's saying process. Yeah, okay, because I would need to define it up here, I guess. Okay, that seems happy. That seems happy. We could test that, I guess. Make sure that as we're coming in and out of this function, our batch file is being launched and similarly closed as needed. And that stops us from having like 20 of them all running at once. Okay, let's test that. We don't even need to voice command that to test that. We can just turn it on and off in the inspector.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
That didn't work. Like I saw it opened it up, right? But then it looked like it immediately closed it, but I wonder if it threw an error. Now obviously this runs fine if we double click it in File Manager, so I don't know why starting it from Unity would cause it to not work. Is it ChatGPT butchering my code? But that shouldn't even be fired anyway, because it's only fired
Kat-GPT is
on...
ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, that flashes up so fucking quickly that I don't know... That's the problem, innit? It's flashing up so quickly that I don't know if it's throwing an error. Okay, one thing that might be happening is it might be trying to run it because we have to set, thinking about it, like as far as Unity is concerned, the current folder is the local folder, right? So we are telling it to go into subfolder reader and launch read.bat. So I'm wondering if from the context of read.bat, it thinks it's in the folder beneath when it's launched from Unity. Whereas in File Manager, we clearly launch it from this folder here. So this becomes the folder. So to test that, I'm just going to say CD reader, because that won't do any harm if I'm wrong. If I'm right, it might fix the problem. So let's test that.
Kat-GPT
Yeah, I was right.
is ready
Okay,
and waiting.
excellent. So that's now working. And what should happen, so I can hide that now on my other screen, right? So it doesn't look ugly. I'm going to leave it here so you can see. Make sure that when we disable the script now, it should close this window. Beautiful. Oh wait, no, it didn't. Wait, oh, did I leave an extra one running or something? Wait, that almost worked perfectly. Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure I didn't leave another one running or something. I don't think I did though. So I still don't think it's actually disabling it.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
So we enable our screen reader script. It opens the screen reader batch file. We have one copy and one copy only. I disable the script. Yeah, no, it's not closing it, and then this is the problem, you say, I end up with multiple copies. So for some reason that's not closing the task. But it also says wait for exit, and then it's saying 5,000. Would that be 5,000 seconds? I don't know what time. It says milliseconds. So is 5,000 milliseconds 5 seconds? 2 seconds is more than enough. All right, let's just make sure that it's not. It wasn't like. This is almost perfect.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay, I'm also concerned about something that's probably going to happen as a result of this. I might need to rethink this. Thanks. Because okay, thinking about it as well, right? Every time, think about it. I'm in the middle of a game, right? I've got my game up, and then I said, Cat, read the screen for me, and blah blah blah, right? And every single time I do that, I think the way that I'm setting it up right now, this fucking command prompt is going to come up on the screen and interrupt the flow of the game, and then Genshin steals my mouse input anyway, so one of two things is going to happen. Either the command line is going to like minimize my entire game so I lose the game on stream, and then force me to move this over here and then bring the game back up, which isn't a big deal. But imagine that happens 30 times a day. Could get quite frustrating. Or even worse, it might just pop this screen over the top of my game, right? So I'm playing my game and I've got this big black screen now on top of the game. And because Genshin's stolen my mouse input, I can't move it until I either Alt-Enter Genshin out of full screen mode and then minimize Genshin and then grab the window, then move it over, then bring Genshin back up, then Alt-Enter full screen again to get Genshin back. Imagine how fucking frustrating that's going to be, doing that 30, 40 times a day. So I don't think this is the best solution. I think a better solution is if that only happens once a day, I can deal with it, right? That's fine. If this window comes up once a day, the first time we ask it to, read the screen, then that's fine. I have to do this once. I move it onto the screen. I bring my game back up. And then the game has the process that it needs to complete its tasks, right? Well, my AI assistant has the process that it needs to complete the tasks. So actually, there is a better way of doing this. Okay. Cause my main app to minimize itself each time, so instead can I check to see if the process is already running and then just ignore the start request if this happens to be the case? Yes, you can check if the process is already running before starting it and avoid starting it again if it is. Here's an example of how you can do this. Yeah, I could look all this up, but like what's nice about ChatGPT is it does just give you like a quick. Okay, so let's test that version. So what should happen now is the first time we enable it, it will start the process because the process isn't already running. But then if we enable our script again, we should just
Kat-GPT
leave that
is
one
ready and
process
waiting.
up because it's already up, right? Shit. Okay, I don't know whether I left that running. I might have left it running. So let me just try that again. Because I noticed it was running, but I hadn't activated my script. I probably just left it running. Right? But I need to be sure of this. Right, okay, so we activate the
Kat-GPT is ready and
process.
waiting.
Uh-huh. That worked. I'll leave it here so you can see it, but normally I'd be moving it onto the other screen. And then we can disable the process because we're done reading. We'll leave the process open. If I activate it again, no, we ended up with a multiple process. Yeah?
I have to go down to the doctor's for doing blood tests, so not quite the time though. So I'm just letting you know.
Oh, okay. Right.
Leave Jay close in.
Loose. Yeah. Yes, you can use the process ID to check if a process is already running and avoid starting it again. Here's an example of how you can do this. Okay. Save the process ID somewhere, e.g. in a file or registry key. Why wouldn't I just store it in a public variable? Like, that's way too convoluted. I don't know why I wouldn't just do that. Ugh. Int process ID equals process ID. Well, all I need to do surely is make a public int, which I'll call process ID, right? And then as we're going in and out of the script, it should remember the process ID. Process ID does not exist in the current context. That's because I did it with a capital D. Okay, let's try that. We'll get there eventually. I know it can be done. I've done it before, but I know it's kind of tricky. Because it's like you have to find the process and exactly how it's formatted and stuff.
Kat-GPT is ready and
Which
waiting.
Windows is a little unpredictable with that shit sometimes. Okay, so we opened our process, close it. Okay, interesting. So this time we got invalid operation cannot process request because the process 22504 has exited. What?
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Right, 8892. But it's giving me... why is it giving me a new... Fuck off! This is so irritating. Right, okay. What I should do... I need to say, like, if the public integer of process ID is 0... I don't think it's... Right, I think... Yeah, process ID equals process ID. I think we shouldn't be using Windows to do this because Windows sucks at this kind of stuff, right? I think it's better just to say... Here's what I think is better, right? Is to say... If process ID is 0... Well, that means that we haven't ran it previously, right? If process ID is 0, then is running equals false. Yeah, I'm going to have to do the else because otherwise we have no way of setting it to true. Else is running equals true. So then it won't run it again. Yeah, don't search Windows processes because that never works. But what should happen now, because it is successfully launching the process and then applying a process ID in the public field. So we'll just use that public integer. Because clearly if that's set to 0, then we've never ran the process. But if it gets a process ID above 0, then clearly it's already running. There we go. I just solved it. There we go. Because we already know we've got a process ID of 16112. There we go. Done. Wow. Okay, so that's working. That is working. Because this is going to come up on my stream every single day. Let me just do something with it real quick. There we go, just so that it's like... What's the system cannot find the file specified? Why is it saying that all of a sudden? What the fuck? Oh, because I'm running it from here and it's trying to CD reader. Yeah, that's fine. It won't say that when we launch it from Unity though. I know, I'm really sad. There we go. Kat-GPT screen text reader is up and running. Okay, so that's now waiting for an image file, right? So what do we do now? Well, we know that if this has been enabled, right, every time this script is enabled, we know that we need to send it the latest image file. Okay, so we're going to need a public. Here's what we need. We need to use Unity engine.ui so we can use images. Although really we're just using file names, so no, actually we don't need that at all. I'm lying. Yeah, we don't need to process images in this at all. We need to start a coroutine. No, it's not even going to be a coroutine. We could do all this on a void, to be honest. Although yeah, I don't know. I have to admit that file system could get pretty big. What I should also do is each time, I guess each time, yeah, I will put it in a coroutine. Each time we find the latest image that the screenshot saver has saved, because it's going to flood pretty quickly if you think about it, right? Every minute there's going to be 60 images from the screen saved into a folder, which isn't really a problem because they're tiny little files, but still we can clean that up, right? Each time we send a new image to the engine, we can say, okay, just delete all the old images, we don't need them. And then it'll just keep that relatively, you know, empty. So we'll start a coroutine which I will call send image. Okay, so we will set that up now. So we want an I enumerator send image, and we need a yield return null on that. Okay, and then it's for each. I will use a public list because I love them, which I will call image files. Image files equals new list of strings. Make it public. Okay, so each time we go to send the image, the first thing we need to do is scan the folder, okay, the image folder, and just in case that ever wants to change, I'll make that a private string as well. So we'll call it image folder, and I can set that up here. So if I want to change it, I can. And we'll just set that to... So we should already be in... No, we're not actually already in Reader, are we? Because we're running from Unity. So we want to be... Oh, no, it's not even Reader. No, what am I talking about? This one is here. Yeah, that's the folder is literally right there. So my folder on this... specifically right now at least is there, and if I move it I can change it easily, right? So I want to be looking in G main screen screenshots, and then I need to say I always forget the freaking syntax for this. You know what, I can just Google this real quick. I don't know why I always... It's for each file in folder Unity. There we go. I always forget the syntax There it is. Yeah, there's a few ways of doing this. Which is why I get so confused, I think. I think this is a good way of doing it. So we want to say path is obviously image folder, right? So for each file in system directory, get files, image folder, and then we want to do something with the files. What we want to do is we want to go to image files.add file. So we're just storing a list of file names. So we can check that now. Okay, and what should happen when we run our script now, we'll see a public file name, image files, there it is. We'll see our image files fill up in here. So we can see all our screenshots currently in the folder.
Kat-GPT is ready
Poop,
and
there's our thing, and there's our image files. Look, so yeah, it detected 26 image files. Now let's see, is it doing these in a specific order? Well, we can sort that list actually, just in case it's not. Yeah, so the next thing I want to do is just make sure we don't need that right now. Make sure that list is sorted. So as we've come out of that, we need to say image files dot sort, and I'm just going to run that again and just inspect it. It's either going to be the first entry that we want or the last entry. I'm just trying to think. I think it'll be the last entry, right? Because we're sorting them numerically, alphabetically, whatever. And because of the way we set up our, I don't actually need that yet. Because we set our file names up to be year, month, date, hour, minute, second, the latest one will always be, yeah, the last entry. Okay, so that's really, really cool. So the next thing we want to do is grab this file here, copy it to the place where our script is waiting for files, obviously, so that it can then process that text. And we can go ahead and clear every single one of these files out after we've done that. So the first thing we want to do, that's really easy to do. We just want to say, string recent file equals file names, image files, at position image files dot count -1. Okay, so we now have the file name of the most recent file, and we can say copy a file, file.copy. There we go. So we want to copy the most recent file to reader image.jpg, right? Because that's what our Python script is looking for, right? Our Python script is looking for a file called image.jpg. So once we've done that, then what we want to do is cycle through all of our file list and go and delete all those files and image files. Don't forget to increment index. We just want to say file, delete image files at position index, increment through index, and then make sure that we clear our image files list out at the end. Right, now, so we send the image file, but we're not done yet because we have to wait for the output to come back. But yeah, okay, we cycle through our image files, we get our most recent screenshot, we copy it over to where the reader is looking for the file, and then we go through each file and delete. Now this could be a slow process, right? Because again, there could be 60,000 image files in there if it's been like 3 hours of streaming before we last had text read out. So I think it's worth doing a yield return new wait for end of frame here on each file delete, right? So we can delete up to 60 files a second that way, but our program won't hang, hopefully. I don't know. I guess we'll see. So that should just stop the program, like our entire assistant, from just freezing while she goes and deletes like 60,000 files or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if that gets really full. I don't know if that could be a problem, to be honest. But yeah, there's no need for her to wait for her to clear. I don't know, maybe she can. Yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, so we can test that, but what I'm worried about is, well, not really worried, but we've got these screenshots which are quite nice for our testing purposes, and it's obviously going to delete these now when we run this. So I'm going to make a backup. If I go back to main screen, I'm just going to make a backup of that folder, screenshots, copy. There we go. Just so that when we run this and it deletes all of our beautiful screenshots, we can get them back. But yeah, if we test this now, what should happen is we should find a file appears in our reader folder, which is here. So we should see our image file appear here. Our batch file should pick it up. We should see two files arriving here. We should see an image file, which is the most recent screenshot from here, get copied over here. Then we should see an output.txt come back after it's sent it to Google's API to do the OCR, character recognition on it. And then we just need to code this to pick that output text up and then send it to the speech engine. And then we're done. So let's test this part so far first. Make sure everything's working.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Output complete. Yeah, it's going to say that every single time now because it's already in that folder and it's trying to go into that folder. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. I could silence that if I wanted to, but it doesn't really matter. So we got an output successful. So if we check our folder, we should now have an output.txt, which we do. Yeah, we would have had an image file in there called JPEG, which is what it used for processing, but I also programmed it to clean itself up. So that file's been deleted already, but we should see, right? Remember that this was our test, right? Where's our screenshot? I don't know why that's disappeared. Oh, it's disappeared because we deleted the file. Okay, but if we go back to our backup folder of screenshots, yeah, that's cleared that out, so that worked. Go to our screenshots folder, we should see what was used for our test case, which is basically what's running in Genshin right now, which is this. Trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn blah blah blah. Let's see if that came back in our text. There it is. Trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn of the original contents of the inscription. There's nothing shady involved, I promise. Beautiful. So that's working perfectly. Okay, now if I want to be really clever about this, before we go and delete all the files, technically there's no reason why we should have to wait for all the old files to be cleaned up before we go and process this text and send it to the engine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this in a separate thread on a separate coroutine, I'm going to set it up and I'm going to call it wait for output, which will do a read yield return null on there. And then before we go and do this, right, after we've copied our image file, I'm going to start the coroutine of wait for output. Okay, so now we come into this coroutine here. So the first thing we want to do is we want to wait for our other script, our Python code and the Google API and everything else to finish processing the output.txt file. So we're basically going to be sat in a loop waiting for an output.txt file. So how we're going to do that, I'll show you. What we're going to do is we're going to make a bool file ready equals false, and then we'll say while file ready, while file ready is false. Okay, here's our loop. Always do a yield return new wait for end of frame so that we don't drop frames, so it doesn't freeze. And actually, you know what, no, I'm going to make that a, because we don't need to check it on every single frame. It's actually better not to, because in some circumstances it might be a big amount of text that's coming back, and it could theoretically, it's unlikely, but it could theoretically take more than 1/60th of a second to write all that data out. To be fair, probably wouldn't, but it could. So to be safe with that, we could just check it 5 times a second. Should be fine. So I'm going to wait for 1/5 of a second before I then say if file dot exists, and the file name we're looking for is reader output.txt. Okay, then we basically want to set file ready to true so that we can drop out of this loop. If it doesn't exist, then nothing happens and we go back to wait another 0.2 seconds. When we drop out of the loop, we now have the output.txt file, so we can just create a string which I will call get output, and it wants to equal file read all text, and it's this file name here again. I'm just going to copy and paste it in there. Okay, so we now have the text from the output file in the string get output. Okay, so if we analyze this output text, there it is. I'm just going to put it over here so I can see it, because I've got some stuff to do. You'll see that I've set it up so that I've got this specific string called end of text, which shows me where the... See, this is what we want it to read out. I think I mentioned earlier what this is this is where the text was picked up on the screen, right? So this is basically where all of the text was within the image. Now I can't do it yet, but eventually I think I want to make it so it gets a full screenshot, and then what she could do, my assistant, when she's reading the text out, is she could highlight on the screen where she's up to, so she could basically highlight the text as she's reading it, which would be really cool. The downside of that is, here's the downside of that. The downside of that is there's some stuff on here that we don't want it to read. Like, let's say they were stood in front of a big sign that said, you know, lost property rules, and there was 10 rules, and they were stood in front of this sign, right? She'd read that on every single page. She's also going to read out UID 706571008. She's also going to read start autoplay. She's also going to read confirm. And it's just kind of hard. I mean, technically we could, on a game by game basis, give her like a list of filters to say, okay, ignore this, you're still going to come across things here and there that you don't want it to read, and it's just going to read it all the time. It's going to drive you mad. So for now, I'm not going to worry about any of that. But yeah, that's what we can do with these bounds eventually. But for now, I'm just going to basically split this so that we can get this and send this to the speech engine, because this is all we really want. So how do we do that? I'll show you. This is how we do it. We want to get this string, which separates out each component, right? And we want to say get output equals itself dot replace our separator string to, and I always recommend using a Unicode character, something that you're not going to find. I've got one set up here. Something that you're not going to find in normal text, just to make sure that you're not. And then Unity will complain and say, it's Unicode. Just say yes, use Unicode, and that's now saved. So what that will do is it will take this output and replace all of these ends of text with this specific Unicode. Now, why are we doing that? We're doing that so that we can do a string array, which we will call split output. Okay, and we can process get output dot split using a delimitation character using our Unicode. And now we know that entry 0 is the text that we want to send to the speech engine. So it's nice and easy. Nice and easy. We can say string send text equals split output from position 0. It's always going to be position 0. And now we have the text that we need to send to the speech engine. So it's dead easy. So we need to link our speech engine, which we will do now. It's actually just an event. I could do it programmatically. Yeah, we'll do programmatically then. So we like to call this, I don't know, we could call it, it's a say stuff. I just call it say stuff. On enable, we can say stuff equals game object dot find, and its event system, and it's transform dot find, and it's speech, and then it's get component say stuff. Okay, that should automatically find and inherit the speech engine class for us. So now I just need to where the hell are we there? Now I just need to reference that and say, okay, in our say stuff speech engine, we want to take our speech and we want to add send text. Right, there is one problem with this, if you want to consider it a problem, which I do. Well, there's actually a few problems. But the first problem I want to address is, I don't know actually, I think I do. See, it depends what she's doing. See, what's going to happen now is she's going to... also, we're done with that output.txt, so we should probably delete that file actually. So let's do that. File.delete. Reader. Output.txt. There we go. Just clean it up after we're done. Nice. And then we can say, because now we're done with this now, so we can say this.gameObject dot set active to false. We can disable ourselves. But yeah, at the moment, the way the speech engine is set up, she only has one mode of speech, which is to type all that big text on the screen as she's saying it, as she's responding to things. I don't know that I want that kind of output for this function, because I just feel like we've already got the subtitles from the game anyway. She's reading these subtitles out to us. To regurgitate all the subtitles on top of the screen, again, I think it's just kind of immersion breaking for cutscenes and stuff. So I wanted to do this silently, so we're going to need to set up a new mode for her speech engine. Like a silent, read mode. And especially like if we're, so let's just go back to this game a sec. Come out of this. So let's say because eventually I want to be able to read everything like these as well. Let's say
when the first wisp of wind.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, let's say I wanted her to read this out loud, right? Which is like a full screen of text. Especially if we go down here. Let's say I wanted her to read this. I don't want her typing all of this. And that's another problem, by the way. If she starts getting text that's going on too long, she needs to break this down, right? She needs to like not process it all in one big speech thing. Again, right, these are like I don't need to worry about these right now, but yeah, these are things that I'm going to need to deal with eventually. So if I'm asking her to read all this out, the way that Microsoft's text-to-speech works is we send it text. So let's say we were sending it, it won't give me a mouse button, but let's say we were sending it all of that text, right? We send it that text, it gets uploaded, then it generates an audio file from the text, and then we download the audio file, and then we play the audio file, right? The longer that audio file is, the longer it takes to generate it and then download it and everything else. And then if it gets too big, it starts to throw errors, starts to break. So you can imagine, how long would it take to read this out loud? Maybe a couple of minutes. But a couple of minutes means, you gotta, it can take like, I don't know, 10-15 seconds to generate and download that and then send it to the speech engine. So yeah, like for bigger things like that, I think I would need to, let's just pause that a sec. I think I would need to split the output down, but for now I'm not even going to worry about it. Let's just test this, make sure this is all working. We'll let her type the text on the screen for now, but that's the first thing I want to fix. But yeah, for future updates I want to maybe start breaking down longer pieces of text for her. It would be nice if we can take the boundaries here where she found the text and highlight them on the screen as she's reading them instead. All that's going to be tricky, and I need to find ways to filter out the stuff that she's not supposed to read. And yeah, with every new solution comes a new problem, right? So it's kind of tricky, but for now, let's just get her basic functionality working and tested and everything else. So now if I go ahead and ask her to read, another thing we haven't done yet is we haven't, like, she'll do this once when I say Kat, well, now it's assistant, start reading. Now I don't want to, imagine I'm playing a game. I don't want to be sat here playing a game and saying, and we get one page of subtitles, and I say, assistant, start reading, and then she reads it, and let's say it's like good morning, and then I've got to say, assistant, start reading, how are you? Assistant, start reading, I'm fine. Assistant, start reading. You can see how that's going to get like, right? So she should just, I need a way to trigger her to let her know, instead of her triggering me, a way to trigger her to let her know, okay, we're on a new page of subtitles, you need to read these now. And she'll keep doing that until we say, assistant, stop reading. And then she knows, okay, I'm done, right? And she'll come out of that loop. At the moment, we don't have a way of letting her know that there's a new page of subtitles to read. She can only deal with one page from a voice command. How I'd like to solve that problem is in Genshin, we flip pages of subtitles using the circle key on the circle button on the controller, right? Now, I've never, ever, ever tried to do this before, so I don't know if it will work. This controller is currently being used by this game, which is also a Unity application. I don't know if multiple applications can use the same controller at the same time. So can my AI assistant read the controller input that Genshin's also reading? And can we say, okay, when we press circle on the controller, you need to get the next screenshot, do it and rinse and repeat, right? Read a new page of subtitles until we say, assistant, stop reading. That would be my ideal. That would be my ideal way of functioning, but I don't know whether I can get that to happen yet. I guess we will find out. So really, maybe we shouldn't be disabling. Yeah, thinking about it, maybe we shouldn't be disabling this script right now.
Come on, let's get a move on.
Yeah, because our voice command already does that, to be honest. I think the next script should be... Yeah, we don't need to do anything here. What we need to do is we need to link a controller asset in here. It's okay. I know exactly what to do. We would put something in update here that says, okay, if the controller button is pressed, blah, 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 then go ahead and run this again, right, basically. But anyway, one thing at a time. Let's test this. Let's see if she can get the screenshot on her own, send it to the speech engine, and read it out loud to us after we've enabled this using our voice. Big test time.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading.
Kat-GPT was restarted.
Okay, she threw an
So many
error,
people make
which
such a big
was...
deal out of seeking the adepti. There's adepti everywhere, isn't there?
in the speech engine. Which caused it to restart itself. Let's just see if it was a fluke or if it's consistent.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading.
Ooh, what's happening over there? Can we take a sneaky peek?
Okay, this time we got an index was out of range. No, screen read line 59. Image files count -1. Oh, yes. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. The reason for that is because we ran it first and it crashed, right? So when we ran it, it deleted... It had no inputs to get, basically. Now that should never happen, like, in a real case. So I could code like an exception handler in there, but there's no point because that will never happen in, you know, when this thing is running properly. There will always be screenshots in here. So I don't need to worry about that. But because it failed the first time, it deleted the screenshots out.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Yeah, no, we got the same error. This might actually help us understand why we get that error sometimes, actually, because that's the same error that causes it. That's one of her biggest like game breaking bugs right now, when the speech engine just freaks out and the whole thing has to restart, and I don't really know how to handle it better. We did get an output.txt and it did come back correctly. What's the timestamp on that? That was literally 1 minute ago, so that seems to be correct. So okay, we did get the image correctly. We sent the image to the API correctly. The API came back with the text to speech correctly. So something's probably wrong with my code somewhere. So the first thing I want to know is, what are we sending to the speech engine when this fails exactly? Maybe it's something like line breaks or something. Maybe like line breaks fucks it up. You know, just to be on the safe side as well, I'm actually going to output that to a file so that I can see if it does have a line breaks in it. It's hard to tell in Unity debug sometimes. So I'm going to do a write all text, send text. So we'll put it, yeah, we'll put it in reader, and I'll just call it delete me.text. And we want send text. All right, so we can see exactly what we're getting. Okay, so we need those screenshots back. Okay, let's make sure that's saved. I think it is. Clear that out. Give it a run.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Yeah, it's got line breaks in it. I think the line breaks are screwing it up. That's interesting. If I know that now, all I have to do is remove line breaks at the point where we're sending it to the engine, and then that bug will never occur ever again, in theory. In practice, it probably will. Shit. Am I closing too many things here? I don't know. Yeah, the only thing I need is that speech engine thing. It's fine for now. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I can already see that that's what's happening. So I wonder if that's what's been crushing it the whole time, is line breaks. So if I check my delete me.txt now, yeah, we can see, oh, that's weird. Ah, or maybe it's just overflowing. Yeah, the output's not correct at all. Maybe it doesn't like this Unicode character. Let's try using a different Unicode character. One that's a bit less insane. But what's strange about it, right, is we still have some of this end of text, right? Like it's replacing the pound sign of end of text, but not the rest of it, which is really odd. Let's just try it with a different Unicode character. But that shouldn't... Yeah, that output is kind of strange. It shouldn't look like that, so I don't really know why it does.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Shit. I forgot to copy the screenshots back in. Okay, try it again.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. What is going on? Okay, our Unity code is not doing what we're telling it to do at all. Let's use a different string. I don't know, I'll just call it uniconvert. And we'll set that to be this. Just in case it's having issues. It's almost like, oh shit, I deleted the output.txt. Shit, I need that. Shit, I need that. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. Right, again.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Okay. Interesting. I think I might be getting to the bottom of this bug though that's been driving me crazy since the very first version of this thing with the speech engine. I think it is caused... Well, it's either caused by an overflow, like too much text, or it's caused by line breaks. I'm not sure which one it is yet, but it's one of those things. So this is quite nice because I'm getting to the bottom of something that's... You know, I solve this. I solve the problem that's been hounding me since January or whenever I made the original AI streamer thing. But yeah, we're still... Oh, am I deleting? No, it's deleting the output.txt, isn't it? It's deleting the output.txt. Yeah, I told it to do that. Okay, which makes this kind of awkward. Okay, go into my Python script. All I want is I want to get that string that I set up. Just because there's something wrong with it. It's not replacing, like, I mean, okay, this means the reason this is showing up is because the current encoding view for Notepad is not Unicode. It's probably not a problem. That probably is the symbol that we want. It's just that Notepad's unable to show it right now. There's a way to get it to show it, but it doesn't really matter for this. But that's not the issue. The issue is that this entire string should have been converted to this, which it wasn't. It only started from the pound sign for some strange reason, and it's doing the same thing on every single version of the string, which would suggest that this is being written into the output twice. It also suggests that it's not actually splitting at the Unicode character like we're telling it to. Yeah, there's something really weird going on here. I'll get to the bottom of it. So there's our magical string, right? From the Python code itself. So it should just be replace this string, which I've just pasted in again. I didn't change. That seems to be correct. With our Unicode character. Now I can't see why Unicode would cause an issue. Okay, let's not use a Unicode character. Like, nobody ever really uses that symbol, right, in text. I need to find something that's not going to show up. I could use a horizontal bar. I don't think it would ever give me a horizontal bar. Let's try it with a horizontal bar and then not do it in Unicode. See if that solves the problem. Because it's like, as far as I can see, all of this is correct and this shouldn't be what we're seeing. So it's kind of stumping me a little bit as to why it's happening. I said horizontal bar, didn't I? I meant vertical bar. All right, I've tried replacing it with a vertical bar. I need my screenshots back in for a new test. I'll delete that and let's run it again.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
No, I'm being an idiot. 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 Now that needs to be uniconvert split. Yeah, okay. Okay, I was being an idiot. Okay, it should work now.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Okay, we're still getting an error. Same error. What the fuck is going on? What are we writing? Send text, which should be split output. This makes no sense. What the fuck is happening? Send text is split output at position 0, which is uniconvert split with a horizontal bar. Uniconvert is get output, which is the data from output.txt, replacing the end of text string with a vertical bar. All of that is correct, and none of that is what we are seeing here. And we're outputting send text, which is our final variable, right? It's actually this that's deleting. You know what? Let me just mute that. It's this that's deleting the output.text. I want to leave the output.text in just to see what's happening. You can hear my patience is running out now. Right, let me just double check everything, make sure I'm not being an idiot. Read all texts, output.text. Replace end of text with the vertical bar. We split using the character of the vertical bar in split output. Send text becomes split output at position 0, which seems to contain everything. So like, it's like none of this is happening, right? It's like, this is what's so strange, right? It's not replacing all of this with this. It's replacing the pound sign with some unknown Unicode character, right? It's also not splitting at the horizontal bar, but I don't even think it's putting a horizontal bar in. It seems to be getting some strange Unicode character. Like, this just isn't making sense. And that's what makes me mad when things don't make sense.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. I'm getting annoyed. I'm getting annoyed. What are you doing? I do not understand. Calm down. This just isn't making any sense. The pound sign is being replaced by some unknown character. We're not even using Unicode anymore in our code. So how is that even happening? Right? It's not splitting at the delimiter, but the delimiter's coming back wrong, so I guess I'm not surprised. It's not even replacing the full string with this unknown character like it should be. So it's like none of my lines of code are actually functioning correctly, and that makes no sense at all. Let me check the output. I mean, what the hell, right? This is exactly correct. Grab this text and store it in a string. Get output. Create a new string called uniconvert, but we're no longer using Unicode, but not that any of it ever fucking worked anywhere. And take this string, right? Which is this string. Let's paste it underneath and see if it matches. Oh yes, what a surprise, it matches perfectly. Well, of course it does, because we copied and fucking pasted it. So why wouldn't it? You probably can't see from my camera there. That's exactly the string that we're replacing with a horizontal bar. Even this part isn't happening properly. That's the annoying, that's the real fucking annoying thing. okay, what it feels like, I don't know if this is true or not, but what it feels like is that maybe this output.txt, yeah, I think it is, you know. I think the output.txt file hasn't finished being written to as we're doing this processing. So here's what I think might be happening. Is somehow like it loads most of the data but not all of it, so then we do the replace, but we only do the replace partially because the data gets reloaded at some point. But even that doesn't make sense, right? Because we only read the file once, right? So that doesn't really make sense, right? Because whatever the file is at this point in time gets stored in memory as this string, and we only process this string in memory. So no, that doesn't really add up. That doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, okay, even if the file is incomplete at that point, that wouldn't explain it because we never reread the file, right? So it's not like any changes to that file would ever hit our code anyway, because we only read it once. So if it was the fact that the file was incomplete as we attempt to read it, then we'd just get an incomplete output, right? It would just like end here or whatever, right? It would just be whatever, it would just be incomplete, right? It would be like that, partial. It wouldn't ever do this. We get the full text back from our code. We get this monstrosity here. I have no idea what the fuck that is. We're not even using Unicode anymore. It just doesn't make any sense. None of this is making any sense. I don't get it. Unless, okay, unless... No, I highly doubt it. The only thing that could be screwing this up, as far as I can see, is if this coroutine is being fired off multiple times. So it's like it's screwing itself up by running multiple times. What's our condition for this though? I don't think it works like that, does it? We basically say, yeah, it's like as soon as we copy the file, we're not doing anything in a loop. We start the coroutine once from onEnable of send image. We start the coroutine once from onEnable send image. It's only after we copy the image file to the reader folder that we start the coroutine of wait for output. That should happen once and once only. Oh my god, I don't know what is happening. I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. Maybe it'll help to just walk away for a sec. But yeah, this just isn't making any sense at all. I mean, unless this operation, like, somehow is getting, like, you know, this hasn't finished reading the text before it goes to here. Again, though, it's the same theory as before, right? If it was an incomplete file, we wouldn't be replacing just the pound sign with an unknown Unicode character. It just doesn't make any sense. Obviously, the issue is here somewhere, though, right? It's like there's an issue trying to run the replace function on here. Don't know why. I'm going to the toilet. There's another one of those situations where the thing that's tripping me up, I've done a million times. It's one of the most common things I've ever done in Unity is to take a string, you know, replace a series of characters with a single unique character so that I can start splitting the data. And I've never seen anything like this ever happen before. So I just can't understand the way it's happening now. It's not making any sense to me at all. I really have no idea how this code... Okay, let me just try something, because I have seen this happen before. Where it even feels like my code changes aren't being picked up on. So I'm going to come out of the project. I've seen this happen before, and there's been two separate issues, two separate solutions to it, where basically I feel like my code changes aren't even being applied. And it's still running like the old version of the code. And the most common reason for it happening is just that Unity just doesn't reload the script for whatever reason. Right? So that's why I'm coming out of Unity and I'm going back into it. Because this is how little sense it's making to me. I feel like something else is like just fucking this up. That makes, because it just makes no sense. It's like my code changes aren't being applied. Because, like, why are we still getting weird unicorn code characters for a start? When we changed it now to be a horizontal bar? Or does it not like the pound sign? Or is the pound sign turning into something else maybe? No, because that's where it's, I just don't know. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I really don't know what the fuck is happening. And another time I've seen something like this happen is one time I saw this happen after I downloaded a dodgy copy of a video game, right? Which did come up with like a virus warning or a malware warning or whatever. But I really wanted to play the game, so I basically took a risk and ran it anyway. Played it anyway. I can tell you what game it was as well. It was the was it called The Man of Medan? It was that dark anthology horror game. The very first one that they did. I might replay that actually, because that was probably one of the better ones, where they're on a boat. We're going like diving or something, looking at wreckage. So yeah, I played the game and the game played fine and everything else, and I was working on a Unity project alongside it. And it's really weird, right? But like, I was making changes to my code and none of it was like being applied, and it was doing what it's doing now and just like stumping the hell out of me. The only other thing I can try is maybe we don't use the pound sign. It seems like there is something weird going on with the pound sign. Maybe Python's got some strange issue with pound signs or something. Who knows? But that, like, even that doesn't make sense, right? Because if we look at the output, and I've used the output to copy and paste into Unity, right? If Python has an issue writing pound signs, then why does the output.txt look fine? Right? So none of it is adding up. None of it is adding up right now. But yeah, anyway, I did a malware byte scan on my system after playing that game, and it said it had found malware and it removed it from my system. And then I ran my Unity code again and everything was working again, and I was like, what the fuck? Seriously? There was like, are you seriously telling me that the malware that was on my computer was somehow stopping my Unity code from running? Now, I still don't know if that's actually what was happening, but that's... I tried everything and it suddenly magically started working after Malwarebytes cleared the malware off my system again, which was strange. So I do feel like there was something happening with the malware that was blocking my code from running. So I'm just, because I have seen that happen once in the past, I now, when things aren't making sense, I like to give my system a quick malware scan. But yeah, it's only ever happened once, and I doubt it would ever happen again. I think it's one of those weird freak things. But once bitten, twice shy, as they say.
Ready and waiting.
I got my screenshots right. Yes. Assistant. Start reading. Okay. I am absolutely losing my shit right now. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. I mean, I highly doubt it's going to make any difference. And I wanted to use the pound sign because the pound sign's easy. I already know that this won't be the issue, but I just want to see what happens. Let's change the pound sign in the Python script to a capital E. Let's change the code in our screen reader to replace a capital E. No malware. Let's put our screenshots back in. It just feels like I'm cursed. It honestly does. Yeah, 0 malware on your computer. Why am I not surprised? It's because I don't have time to play games. What am I talking about? That's literally all I've done for the past week. Okay, well, sometimes I don't have time to play games. Oh, please. Are you gonna run or what?
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. This is absolutely driving me up the fucking wall. I need it to make sense. See? Right? We replaced. This makes no sense. What is happening? It seriously makes no sense. Seriously, what the fuck am I missing? What is happening right now? This makes no fucking sense at all. I just want it to make sense. It's still putting a weird character where the E is now. Why there? Why just in that one character? Like, none of this is making any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. The fuck is happening? I don't even know how to debug this. It's like the place that it's like really failing is when we do this uniconvert, and I have no idea why. What the fuck is going on? .txt. I genuinely don't know. And let's check our output file. There's our output file. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. How does that make any sense? It's replacing only the capital letter E with some obscure fucking symbol, which we're not even using anything Unicode or anything like that anymore. Now we're using a horizontal bar. I just want this to make sense. I don't fucking understand what is even happening right now, and it's making me so mad. Because, like, how the hell am I meant to fix this if I don't even know what is happening? It's just not making any sense. Let's try replacing it with an @ sign or something. I don't fucking know. I mean, none of this should even matter. It normally works fine with Unicode or whatever. And it's not even that. It's not even that it's just like it's not doing the replace. It's like it's doing the replace completely fucking wrong. It's just, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
And each time I run this, I'm using one of my 1000 free OCR fucking API calls. But, like, what choice do I have? I just can't get the fucking thing to actually... And it's, again, it's like, it's not even that part of it. Why is it always like this, right? Why is it always, you want to do something spectacular? This is what it feels like. It feels like I wake up and I say, oh, let's split 7 billion atoms all at once and send them to the moon and then, like, orbit them around God's fucking dick, right? And someone's like, oh, that sounds kind of tricky. And it's like, no, I can do it. Like, definitely, it's dead easy. And I just, like, that part's, like, fine. But then, I don't know, like, something... Like, something's like, I don't know, like, I need to scratch my nose before I can press the button that does all that. And, like, suddenly my fucking nose falls off my face. It's like, it's just insane stuff like that. It's like, let's do this insanely complicated thing, right? And that part's like a fucking breeze. And then, okay, now I just need to do this really simple thing to get it all finished. And that simple thing is like, no, fuck you. I'm not going to let you finish this. It, like I said, this is why it feels like I'm cursed. Like, what is even happening right now? All I'm doing is taking a fucking ASCII character, right? A string, a small ASCII string, and I'm replacing it with a simple character so that I can do a split and split the data and send the text to the speech engine. And it just won't let me do it. I just want it to make sense. I just want it to make sense. It needs to make sense, and it's not. It just won't make sense. I just want it to make sense. Assistant, start reading.
Soci skeptic, trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn of the original contents of the inscription. There's nothing shady involved, I promise.
What did I even change? I didn't even change anything. It just suddenly started working. No, wait. I used an @ sign and suddenly it works. What the fuck? Whatever, it's working. Why would an @ sign be any different from a vertical bar? And I've done this with like a million Unicode characters in the past. Why? It's just it's almost like I'm right. It's just a curse. And then suddenly the curse was like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess I've tortured you enough. Fine, we'll start working now. Like, what the hell? Anyway, it's working, right? So yeah, yay! Okay, so it's working. Okay. It's like life just wants to push me to the edge every single time. And that's what my entire existence is all about. Just getting me to the edge of my fucking jumping out of that window as many times as possible. And like that's the reason for my entire existence. Right. That's what it feels like sometimes. I still can't explain what the fuck happened there. At all. I really can't. I've done this so many times. I've never ever seen it do anything like that before, ever. That just doesn't make any sense. Why it suddenly is happy with the @ fucking symbol and it wouldn't use anything else, I don't know. Again, I've never seen anything like that before. I still can't explain what the fuck just happened. Because, like, even if it didn't like the horizontal bar or whatever, right? Why was the replace function, Unity's replace function, right, which is a contained built-in function, why was it only affecting this one character here? Like, none of it made any sense, right? I still can't explain it. It's just baffling me. There's fucking demons in my system. Fucking wanking off all over the motherboard. It's the only explanation. It's the only explanation you could possibly think of. Nothing else makes sense. Right, anyway, it's working. I guess I should be happy. Yeah, this is my happy face. Don't need that anymore. So I guess now... So I guess now I need to try and get the controller input for circle, which moves on to the next phase, to be detected both in my assistant and in Genshin Impact at the same time. And I don't even know if that's I don't even know if that's possible. So we'll see how this goes, I guess. This is another situation where, like, okay, so right now, how confident am I that I can get that to happen? Like 3%. I really don't think I can. Like, it just seems weird to me that, like, you know, we want to share the same button press between two games at the same time. Kind of sounds like that's not going to be allowed to happen. So we'll see how this goes, because life loves to take the piss out of me. Everything I think is going to be impossible ends up being the fucking easiest thing in the world. And the things that should just be easy that I've done a million times before, you literally just witnessed it. It's like, ha, no, we're going to fucking torture you. Right, anyway, shut up. Let's get on with it. So we need Unity Engine's input system. Fuck off. We need an input action asset, which I don't even have right now, actually. That one will be fine. Okay, let's make a new action, which I'm going to call circle. We will bind it. I thought there was a listen option in here. Okay. Then in update, we just need to say if input assets find action circle was pressed this frame, then, and we just want to do what we did in start this coroutine of send image. That's literally it. Okay. So what actually seems to crash the speech engine then is like some kind of unidentified character that it doesn't like. So it ended up being neither of the things that I thought it would be. So I might want to put some kind of filter on that. To be fair, that doesn't really happen that often right now. But yeah, I've kind of got enough on my plate for right now. It really does. It just drives me insane, this kind of shit. Right, anyway. I mean, we should just test it, right? I mean, no time like the present, right? Let's just do it. So if I go and put my Unity on the other screen, so you can't see it. And then we need to start capturing our little regions. Okay. Go. run our beloved
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
So let's say I'm in game and I want her to start reading this out. I've just noticed a problem. The only problem with this, but we'll see if it works anyway. One of the only problems with this is I think the way that Genshin handles subtitles is it types them out onto the screen, right? So if I press circle and then I go and grab the image straight away, like it won't have typed all the subtitles out at that point. So this probably will work because then it's going to drive me insane thinking on how I'm going to handle that. I suppose I could just give it like, tell it to like wait for like 1 second or something. But then it's hard to know exactly how long that's going to take, right? To type out. Anyway, let's see if it works first. Assistant, start reading. We're getting null references up the arse.
Soci Skeptic home. Do you have questions?
Did I call it circle in lowercase? What? It didn't add the action. What? I just added it. I just fucking added it. It's, again, see? It just tortures me. I already did all this. And I pressed save and I watched it save. And then it decided, no, fuck you. Look, it's doing it now. It didn't add it. Okay, does it not like default actions? Can I make a new one? No, that should be fine. I don't understand. Why is it not adding it? Oh my god, I swear to god. I swear to god. It just wants to fucking never-ending torture me for no good reason. I'm doing everything correctly. Yeah. Added that. I press save. Has it added it now?
Nectar card works in the shop, but doesn't work at the petrol stand.
Doesn't it?
You can't find me, can you? But I'm going to use bills at the petrol stand. I can't be bothered. You're doing bits at the moment. I might bring them sometime.
Yeah, you can just do it like when you get around to it, can't you?
It says it's the same account as mine with Nectar card.
Yeah. Well, it's just weird. You think if it would work in one place, it'd work in the others, wouldn't you? Yeah.
It's worked in the shop.
Obviously, I don't get petrol, so I wouldn't know that.
Yeah. But it wouldn't let me use just using my debit card because it wouldn't accept the Nectar card. Put your Nectar card in first, take that out and put your debit card in, just count Nectar card and I accept it. I thought it's not my Nectar card, it's my debit card. But couldn't have it.
Well, if you haven't got a Nectar card, surely you must be able to buy petrol still.
Yeah, but I put the Nectar card in first and it must be connected to me debit card or something like that.
Yeah. Right, it's saying it's saved it now. So again, right, it's just being weird. You just saw it reject. You just saw it reject a new input like 3 times in a row. And on the 4th go, it was like, all right, yeah, I guess I'll add it. Can you explain that? Seriously, can anybody explain that to me?
Kat-GPT is ready.
How is that even possible? Assistant, start reading. Shit, she's gonna read that now. She's gonna read fuck all. Okay, I'm getting string cannot be 0 length. Okay, I'm getting, but to be fair, yeah, that would have been a 0 length because Also, I've got this running like 56 fucking times now. Yeah, we probably should program. To be fair, that's never going to be empty, is it? Look, let's just not worry about that right now.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Oh my god, what is your fucking problem with me? I swear to god, I'm fucking going out of my fucking mind here. Right, so it did it properly. There's our screen. Saucy, skeptic. Do you have questions? Did the job perfectly. Right? Did the job perfectly. Then we're getting from our speech engine. String cannot be of 0 length. Well, it shouldn't be of 0 length because we got a perfect fucking output there. And wouldn't you know it, right? Right as I tell this thing that I don't need to write out, you know, all this bullshit anymore, is when it decides, actually, you know what, I'm just going to stop working again. I genuinely can't do this. I'm genuinely just so sick and tired of wrestling against fucking nonsense that just doesn't make any sense, right? One of the reasons I like coding, in theory, is that, you know, as long as you get your code right, the computer will just do whatever you tell it to do, right? It's like it's supposed to be reliable, and you know, once you get the skill down, you can get a computer to just do stuff on its own. It will always do the same thing every time, right? Consistency, that's what I like about it, right? It's consistent, or it's supposed to be. This is my point. So like when things start happening like today, where everything is just fucking doing whatever it wants and nothing is consistent, and I just feel like I have absolutely no fucking control over it. It's like, this isn't programming. This is just I've just walked into the realm of madness. So somehow it managed to take this output, which is perfect, from Google's API this time, and somehow think but also I want to point out there as well, right? Like, again, right? No, I can't deal with this. I don't know what the hell is happening, right? Oh my god, this is driving me fucking insane. Can I also just point out that we're supposed to be back to deleting the original output.txt file. Yet what the hell am I looking at here? The output.txt file is there. So clearly my code just isn't fucking doing what I'm telling it to do. It's clearly just not running my code properly. Like, what the hell is even going on? How am I meant to work like this? Back to this again. Again, 1 step forward, 6 steps back all the fucking time. For like no good reason. What the fuck is going on again? Do we get that file? It says it's reloading the script in the inspector. God, even trying to add like the circle input to my input asset, and it was like, no, no, no. Took like 4 attempts to get it to go in. I just don't understand why is my life like this? Like, is this what it's like for everybody? I don't believe that it is, because if it was, nobody would ever fucking program. And nobody certainly would ever use fucking Unity. So, like, what the hell is the deal? I'll delete that. Right, let's try this again. Again, I just need things to make sense and be consistent. If I could just have that, you know, which is what I would basically describe as just basic, like, sanity. If I could just have basic sanity and common sense and, like, consistency, I wouldn't get mad, because, like, it's fine if I'm getting code wrong or whatever. I can
Kat-GPT is ready
jiggle
and
it until I
waiting.
get it right. But that rarely seems to be the case. It's like, I'm actually starting to get quite good at coding, but then everything falls apart around the things that are meant to support that coding doing what it's supposed to do in the first place. So you couldn't fucking... This wouldn't even look believable in a cartoon. Assistant. Start reading.
Soci Skepticum, do you have questions?
And now it's just working again, right? Like, how does that make any sense? Right, so she read that successfully. Everything worked. Again, even though I didn't change anything, it's like this thing just wants me to make... It's almost like this thing is saying, okay, I want you to do everything 16 times in a row before I'll eventually, like, let it go through. Which is why I say this is the equivalent of banging your head against a brick wall, because that's exactly what it feels like. I don't know what the hell is going on right now today. This started off fine, but like it almost feels like the computer's just given up. That's not how they work, but like that's what it feels like. I can't explain it. The last fucking hour's just been complete madness. I'm actually tempted to restart the computer because I don't know. I feel like something's not fucking right. Anyway, let's see if my circle input in the game will now get her to process the next line. Even if it does, I don't think the line would have finished typing on the screen by the time she goes to grab it, but I just want to see if it actually tries. No, that's kind of what I expected to happen. Was nothing. Okay, let's just make sure it's not just my code not fucking doing what I'm telling it to, which has been exactly what it's been doing for the past fucking... Like, it'll probably work if I can make the assistant the active window, like, in the middle of my gameplay, but that's going to be a giant pain in the balls as well. It needs to be able to pick it up. But then that's the thing, even if I connect a second gamepad, then does that mean if it's not the active window, it can't detect the button press? I don't understand.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading. Ah!
Soci Skeptic, do you have questions?
Okay, excellent. But yeah, the problem is it does minimize my game. That's also really bad, right? Because it minimizes my game as it brings up the window, which then means that the screen captures that it's going to get is of the desktop, which I would have thought would have made that fail, but I guess it grabs the image before, you know, before it then starts capturing the desktop, so I guess it seems fine. It is still quite annoying, but at least it will only happen once. Yeah, no, it just can't. It can't detect the gamepad button press. So does it suddenly start detecting the button press? Oh no, that's interesting. It's not even detecting the button press as I make it active. That's interesting. So maybe something else is going on. So maybe it can do this, but there's an issue with the input system right now. There's a surprise. Put this one at the top, I guess. See, I didn't set mine up in my game that I've been working on. I don't know what I would need. Player input, or is it player input manager? Maybe I need both. I don't need a player. Try that. So it looks like first I need to get the Unity input system working. And once it's working, this might actually work. I'll be so happy if it does. I better practice my happy face.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
I don't know. I don't think my face can go happy anymore. I think it's like, I think those muscles are long atrophied. It's been so long. So I think if I tried to smile right now, my face would probably just fall apart. So I'm kind of worried about how happy this makes me. I might need a plastic surgeon afterwards. Let me just stop this a second. Why does... Oh my god, don't wind me up. You know what I did to do that, right? In every other application on planet Earth, right? Control and A selects all objects when you have a big flood of bullshit objects like this. In this, apparently, it loads it and puts it full screen. Or maybe just clicking it does that, which is even more annoying. I hate this application. And why does it give you like default thumbs? Switch to list view? Yes, please. Even that is fucking vile. Can't we just... Like, why can't we just select all of those? Like, it doesn't even have a select all option. How fucking dumb could you be? I don't know who programs these things. Oh, great. Now it's not responding while I'm trying to delete the images. Yay, great program. Okay, eventually it deleted them. But you know what? It won't have, because I can prove it now, look. Or maybe those, are these the original ones that I had before? Maybe it did. I don't even know anymore. I really don't. What I'm going to do, I'm going to delete these ones and I'm going to put the other test ones back in. Which was these ones. There. Assistant. Start reading.
Soci skeptic, trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn of the original contents of the inscription. There's nothing shady involved, I promise.
Okay, that there is golden. Our input system is now working and detected. I don't know. The problem is, I don't know if it's going to detect it running in the background or not. I think it will. I honestly think it will. So now we need to run this again, right? It's disappeared for some stupid reason. I hope that's remembered my region. So let's run our Kat-GPT. We're almost there. Let's close these. Let's run our screen cap. Let's get our game up. Let's talk to Soci. And we'll ask about Caverna Monument. Clear text. Assistant. Start reading.
Soci skeptic, trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn of the original contents of the inscription.
It's processed the
nothing shady involved, I
previous thing. I don't know why. We probably should have deleted them out. It's fine. Now the moment of truth. If I press circle, does Kat pick up on that? Yes!
Soci Skeptic home. Do you have questions?
Oh, interesting. She's one behind, so she's read the last one. Now that might just be because I didn't delete. I don't know why that is. It's working. Okay, this is really good. This is really good news. This is really good news. Okay, I'm just going to go and delete all the screenshots out and let it keep capturing. Yeah, I feel like if we do this, she just needs to give it time to type out. So what I'm going to do instead of send image, so send image will do the immediate one, which we still want. But I need a new I enumerator, which I'm going to do send new, right? I'm going to call it send new. And the reason I'm going to do that is I want a yield return null, and I want a yield return new. I'm just going to make her wait 2 seconds just to make sure it's had time to type out. Right, give UI time to type out subtitles. Now there might be an option actually in Genshin, because that would make my life a lot easier actually. Yeah, you see how it types it out? Obviously if she grabs the screenshot now, she's not going to get a full. Now some games let you change that, like the speed of text and stuff. Don't think this one does, to be honest. And it can take quite a while. Yeah, that actually is gonna, that's ironically, that's actually gonna give us, causes problems. We've got autoplay story on and off, minimap settings. Yeah, sadly, this is one game where I don't think you can actually change that, which is actually a little bit annoying. And for this particular purpose, it's actually problematic. Okay, what I could do for Genshin, let me just see. I could change the button, because I feel like this is something that, like, it's going to vary for each thing, right? I need a way to tell Kat-GPT when the text has finished typing. So let's say I ask about Caverna Monument, right? If at the moment I press circle and it grabs the screen, now it's hard for me to know how long that text is going to type out, because I don't know how big the text is as well, right? But me as a human being, I can see when it's finished typing out. Now triangle doesn't do anything in these screens, so I'm going to change it to triangle. Okay, let me just add a new action then. And what I'm going to do is, me as a human being, rather than a cat, I'm going to wait. Basically, I'm going to need to wait for the subtitles to fully type themselves out in the game, because there's no way to fucking change that. And then I'll press triangle, which basically tells Kat-GPT, that, you know, she's good to go and process the next line of dialogue. So even though you know, in my mind, I thought at first, oh yeah, when I press circle to go on to the next page of dialogue, she should just go and grab that and start speaking it. sadly, because of the way Genshin types the subtitles out, I can't do that. And there's no way to change that either. So I'm just gonna have to like manually give it a, you know, and that's not too hard for me, you know what I mean? Too hard for me. You know, literally all I have to do is wait for the subtitles to thingy, then press triangle, and then I just consider triangle my, you know, hey, speak this out loud button, which is fine. That's quite nice. So I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna put that in now. It's called triangle. Give it a save and hope that actually, see, now it just wiped them both out. Can anybody explain that to me? It's wiped both of my actions out. Seriously, can anybody on planet Earth explain that to me? I'm going to take this autosave. It's not only wiped out the triangle action, right? It wiped out my fucking circle one at the same time. What the fuck is even happening? Are you fucking serious right now? Can anybody explain that to me? Right, it said it saved it. What a fucking joke. Right, so now we don't need a manual pause, right? We'll just say, okay, as soon as triangle is pressed, then we go and process the next line of dialogue. End of story. Right? Okay, we'll give it one more test. I don't think we need this anymore, but just in case, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so before we begin, let me just quickly do a sanity check. Are screenshots being captured right now? Yes. Okay, let me just stop that. Stop. Delete. Check the screenshots folder. Are they actually being deleted? No. Fine. Delete them in File Manager. Okay. Start my screenshots again. Load Kat-GPT. Put my game up. It'll have a fucking go up.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant. Start reading.
Soci Skeptic home. Do you have questions?
I didn't see any of that because I got this big fucking gecko driver in my way. Right. Now I go and ask about something. Wait for it to type out. Press triangle.
Soci Skeptic home. Do you have questions?
Okay, she read the wrong... I thought we deleted all the files out of the screenshot. Right, what if I press triangle again?
Soci Skeptic, trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes
Right,
to
she
learn
did
of the
the right
original
one this
contents of the
time,
inscription.
but it
There's
feels
nothing
like she's
shady
one
involved, I
behind or
promise.
something. I don't understand. Right, let me just check something. Is her list empty? Yes, her list is empty. How is she one behind? I don't understand. So let's say I move on to the next topic, right? Yeah, I can also make it type it straight away by pressing circle twice. Then press triangle.
Soci Skeptic, trust me, I'm a
Yeah, she's
righteous
one
person that
behind.
only
I don't
wishes
know
to
why
learn
she's
of the
one
original
behind.
contents of the
Okay, it's
inscription.
working, but for some fucking reason it's one behind. I don't know why. Jesus Christ. How is it one behind? Like the first one is correct, but then the second one is saying the first one again, I think. What the fuck is going on? We're almost there now, but I don't know why she's one behind. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Because we literally go and delete the files when we process a new one. So I don't understand how that can even happen. I really don't. So we grab a list of files. We add them. We sort them. I wonder if this sort thing is not working properly. Yeah, I wonder if... That doesn't make any sense though. That should have always got the most recent file, right? It feels like maybe the sort is not working properly, so maybe we should be grabbing them from the top. I mean, it shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't correct. But let's try grabbing it from the top. No, that's not right. It's definitely not right. We look at our files right now, right? We sort them alphabetically, right? Like they are right now. So it goes forward in time. So to get the latest screenshot, we definitely want to get count -1. So that is definitely correct. I don't know what the fuck is happening then. Oh my god, this stuff makes me so mad because it's so close right now and I just don't know why. I don't know why it would do that. I mean, it is only capturing, mind you, it's only capturing an image once every 1 second. So maybe I was just being too quick with it, right? Maybe I was saying, hey, grab the latest screenshot just before it had chance to grab like... But no, that doesn't make sense, right? Because I was letting it type out. So maybe if it like missed the last word or something, that would explain that. So no, that is not what's happening at all. Let me just go and delete all these files. I need to know what's happening. Oh, we are so close right now. Yeah, no, I really can't. I can't figure out why that wouldn't be working. How is she one behind? That really does make no sense at all.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
It's like everything that's been happening in this fucking project so far. Assistant? Assistant. Start reading. That's really
Sophie
annoying. I'm
Skeptic
glad I
wrote
made
the
that
news
only
of
happen
his
once.
Ahem, I mean, I've been finding him an eyesore for a while now. He
Yeah,
needs to
see,
pay the
already,
price for opening
where's it
screening
even
on my
getting that
territory.
from? Skeptic, I'm envious of his strength. Right? This makes no sense. Where the fuck did it just get that from? No, that makes no sense. Where the hell did it pull that from? Because our output from 1321 is correct. But she spoke the previous request that she got. And again, look, it's doing it again. It's doing it again. Right, something is seriously wrong with the system right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Look at what is happening, right? This is the file that I was saving to figure out what the hell was going wrong with the split thing before, right? I already took this out of my code. I muted this. Where is it? There it is. I muted it. So it shouldn't be writing that file anymore. Wait a minute. What time was that written, to be fair? Okay, to be fair, that was written at 13:06. So maybe it's just because I didn't delete it. Okay, maybe I need to calm down. It feels like it's not doing what I'm telling it to do, and I don't understand why. It's not making any sense to me. This is so close to being perfect, but for some reason it's processing the wrong data. And I don't even know how that's happening. Just delete all of these files again. How can I get my head around this? How can I fix this? I don't even know what's happening. Like it's reading the output. Okay, maybe it's not deleting the output file. Well, we're telling it to do that here though. So maybe it's loading, because we do say, right, wait for output, right? So if the output file is already there, okay. Okay, maybe there was multiple copies of that running. Okay, I need to figure this out. I think that's what's been happening. I think because I've noticed that the output file is still in here. I think that's what's been screwing it up. So I think it's actually working, but we're getting weird results because like the output file was being left in there from the previous detection. So it was just picking that up each time. But to be fair, as soon as we send that file to the speech detect, we then go and delete it out of here. I need to know what's happening. I really need to know what's happening.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading.
Sophie Skeptic, do you have questions?
I can't fucking see anything. So many fucking windows coming up because of this shit.
Soci Skeptic, I'm envious of his strength. Ahem, I mean, I've been finding him an eyesore for a while now. He needs to pay the price for openly scheming on our territory.
Yeah, everything's working. Final test. Caverna Mountain.
Soci Skeptic, trust me, I'm a righteous person that only wishes to learn of the original contents of the inscription. There's nothing shady involved.
Yeah, no, she's working fine. Yeah, I was right. Okay, so I think what was happening that was driving me insane is for some reason the output file was being left over from the previous like image to text process thing, right? So that was resulting in this finding the file and saying, oh, the output file's ready, and then sending it to the speech engine, but really that was the output file from the previous thing. So everything is working fine. But yeah, I think just to be safe, I'm going to make sure that we delete that file so that can't ever happen again. Let's just also delete that file. Oh my god, why won't you copy? See what I mean? Now it won't copy and paste text. Oh, yeah, you know why? I can tell you why. Because this piece of shit software, ShareX, what a joke, right? It disables... It must be using the clipboard to save screenshots or something. So your clipboard basically stops working and breaks as soon as you use this. Which, let's be honest, is kind of bullshit, right? It's a bit bullshit. Anyway, I think she's good, so I can stop this now, which lets me use my clipboard again. So I can copy and paste that there. Just want to make sure that can never happen again. I don't know if that'll cause a problem. Actually, yeah, let me make sure that's an if file exists thing. Otherwise, it might cause the program to break. If file.exists at reader output.text, then delete output.text, just to make sure that can never happen again in the future, because that was actually nightmare fuel. Okay, so I think we're good. I think we can build her out and we can try her out and we can start using her. Yeah, I think we're good. Somewhat terrified. And it picks up the controls from the same controller, which is really nice. That is actually really nice. Yeah, I think we're good. Now, you know, I will admit, it's not perfect. She is going to vomit the text that's already on the screen as she's saying it, because she's just going to use a normal, like, text-to-speech system at the moment, which is fine for now. But I think ultimately that's a bit overkill, and when there's lots of dialogue, that might get quite immersion breaking and annoying. So I don't know what to do. There's a few things I could do. I could get it to highlight the text on the screen, which is quite a nice idea. But in order to do that, I need to I need to then take full screenshots. Is that all the files? Yeah. I need to then take full screenshots of the entire screen, and then I need to find a way to filter out the stuff on the screen that she's not supposed to be reading, and then I need a way to like basically match the bounds from the OCR detection up with the actual bounds of the actual screen, and then like find ways to highlight where she's up to. Like that would be my ideal sort of place to get it to, but that sounds like a lot of work, and like it's probably going to be a bit of a nightmare to get there. For now, maybe I'll just make her do it without putting any text on the screen. Like give her like a silent mode that she'll be using when she's reading out. Like for now, what is this? 4.5 hours I've been at this now. 4.5 hours of pure pain and suffering. For now, I'm happy to just use it as it is. Honestly, I think this should be quite nice. So I'm going to build her out, go to the toilet, and then we'll give her a proper test drive. So here goes nothing. Here goes everything.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay. Build succeeded. Amen. So I'm just going to empty the screenshots folder out. In order for this to work, I need to grab my reader folder with these two files, my batch file and my Python file, and I need to put them in the builds folder, which is here. Okay, and then we need to launch Kat-GPT from here.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay, so she says she's ready. And then we'll get our auto capture going. Auto capture every 1 second. Go. Bring our game up. And now, the moment of truth. Now, I thought that it wasn't hearing me, but it is. Just worrying about nothing. Not really. I'm worrying about a lot of things. Okay, I want to test it on something new because we've seen Saucy. Saucy doesn't have a lot to say right now. We've seen Saucy talk to us quite a lot. What's my resin look like? Oh, I'm capped out. Ah. Okay. Is the game audio already quiet right now? Oh, it's muted. Okay. Just grab this.
This realm is truly beginning to... If you ever have it...
Now I might want... Are these voiced?
Hello. One moment, please. If I had known you'd
Yeah,
pay
they
me a
are.
visit, I would have spent more time getting ready. Good morning. With a cerulean sky and chirping birds accompanying you today, I'm certain you will have a pleasant journey.
I'm sure I will. Okay, I'm super nervous about this. Layla needs some mats. We could get her. Let's go get Layla some mats.
Okay.
I gotta find this now. Wait, is that screen capture software causing... No, it seems okay. It did seem a bit laggy there for a second. I think it's gonna be fine.
Trainee Forest Ranger Kale, reporting.
Shit. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's some bullshit right there. I hit it before it parked its ass, but apparently that didn't count. It had to stop.
Glad there weren't any poisonous mushrooms inside.
Everything just makes me so mad. Right, okay, let's get Yaoi back.
I'll take good care of everyone.
I have no doubt about that, Yo-Yo. Okay. So our boss is over here somewhere. Is he in that cave? Oh, we're finding a lot of stuff here. This is going to be such a nice feature, I think. It's going to be so good. Okay, I need some stamina. Where the hell is this boss? And why is that zipline thing so hidden behind the top of the mountain? So I didn't even know it was there. Oh my god, this is absolutely one heck of a trek. Don't even think about, I was gonna say, sending me back down the mountain. That would have been a rage moment right there. Okay, I'm seeing some zip lines.
Rustin, Reeve it! I see everything!
Oh, I should have got him to, I should have got it to read that out, shouldn't I? Shit.
Everyone hold hands!
Do I not do anything with these? Oh no, I came all the way here and it's not even here, it's like underground or something. Yeah, when I spoke to him, I should have got it to read it all out. That would have been the perfect test. Okay, so how the hell do I get to this thing? Oh no. It's gonna be a giant pain in the balls, isn't it? Oh no, I'm so sad. Did I do this? No, I haven't done this one yet. Okay.
Hold the line! Stay put! Positions!
I'll be back. You won this one.
Yeah, I'm capped out on resin as well right now, which is really annoying. It's fine, I guess.
I see everything! Rustin, Reeve it! Sharing my knowledge! Yeah. This dance is for you!
Yeah, there'll be plenty with the mission that we're on right now. Like, none of it's voiced actually, so there's going to be tons of opportunity to test this. I'm just obviously anxious. So I'm anxious that my resin's capped out and I can't find the bloody boss that I want to farm. And I'm anxious to test my new tool, my new Kat-GPT skill that I've spent 4.5 hours and many hours last night working on. So we're talking about probably a good 12. It's probably been a good 12 hours of work to get to this point. I would say it's going to be so worth it though. Oh my god, it's going to be so worth it. Okay, I need to find 2 control keys. So I got to get in these rooms, right? There's normally like a little window or something that's open that you can get in. I'm not seeing that on this one. I guess we're going up. Oh, there's a little hole in the ceiling there. And there's a little gap here as well.
Happy to oblige.
New punching bag.
Got a bit
Everyone
excitable
okay?
there.
I'm seeing stars. Go get it, Uruguay! Billowing surge!
It's a bit cozy in here. Oh! Ah, I gotta get that open. Oh no, I think Yao Yao is so small that she sank through the floor, which we didn't actually want. I gotta go all the way around again now, haven't I? Ah, that's annoying. I mean, there's also... Oh, this door opened up now. Yeah, I was gonna say there's also a hole in the roof here, so probably better. Yeah, I need like a Oh, there it is. Dendro charging station. So that Yao Yao can charge attack this. Open. Ah, Piggy! Piggy! Get here. Stupid Piggy. Stupid Piggy. Alright, we're gonna get attacked.
That's close enough.
Hold the line! With all my strength! All eyes on me! Make yourselves at home! I see everything!
I'll be back.
Okay, did that open up the door? No, not yet. Can we not open that door? What? Why can't we open the door? Is that always going to be closed? Okay, I got the 2 keys anyway, so I can go to the thing now. Oh, you know what? I probably light these 2 torches. I just can't be bothered to get Klee out right now. Okay. We've got to defend this.
Following orders.
Allow me! Hey! Here!
That's close enough.
Hey! Go away! This dance is for you! With all my strength!
Bitch. Lay your hands on my Yao Yao. How dare you! Die!
Wow,
You
I
are
see
not
everything!
welcome here.
Sharing my knowledge!
Oh, what? Are you kidding me?
Ah, ouchie.
Are you kidding me? I'm playing a game right now. Oh my god, and I can't move it either. Oh my god, this is
Dance with
horrendous.
the waves!
Why is it... How can there be a file with the same name? if it's got a new second of time attached to it,
Hurt a little. Everyone hold hands.
I guess its clock isn't fucking good then, is it?
Getting sick of this game.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Just override it if that happens in the future. I can't believe it's doing this. I can't fucking see what I'm doing right now, right at a crucial point in the game. Fuck off, whatever!
Rest and revamp. You play. You're up.
Well, that's gonna be fun for me to deal with, isn't it?
Wow. These will last us for days.
Yeah, I am seeing little lags and jitters. I think I might want to replace this screen capture software with something else because I think it's garbage and it's... That was really annoying for a start, obviously. I'm playing a freaking game. And it suddenly asks me about replacing a file with the same name. Well, first of all, it shouldn't have the same name anyway. Oh, this is opened up now. Yeah, first of all, it shouldn't have the same name anyway because it's supposed to be saving once per second, and it's saving it, you know, with the second of time in the file name. Now that could happen if it was slightly out of sync, right? So let's say it wasn't saving every second, it was saving once every, you know, 999 milliseconds. So every 1,000 seconds it's gonna be out of sync and it's gonna try and save the file with the same file name. Well, that doesn't fill me with confidence, for a start. Not that it has to be entirely accurate, you know what I mean? It's not like... But it's just the fact that I don't, you know, I don't need that happening while I'm in the middle of streaming and playing a game.
All eyes on me.
All my strength.
And it, yeah, I don't know, it does seem to... It does seem to be affecting my frame rate in the game a little bit, here and there. It's mostly fine. But yeah, I'm noticing little hitches here and there that I wouldn't normally see.
Looking for trouble?
Billowing surge.
Anyway, I was supposed to be finding this stupid robot thing. Yeah, and I'm only capturing like the very bottom of the screen where the subtitles would appear. So I don't see how that should be taking as much of a toll on my graphics card or, you know, CPU or anything else for that matter, as it actually is. It's badly programmed, probably. It's just the same zip line that we got from the other direction, I think. Right, how the hell am I meant to find this robot? But yeah, I guess I can look into that at some point. Yeah, look at these hitches. These hitches never happened until I started using this screen shot thing. So it's definitely caused by the screenshot thing. So I'm not massively impressed with that right now. So I'm going to need to find something else, I think.
Allow me. Positions. Dance with the waves. Here. Rest and rebuild.
Yeah, it's seriously affecting the performance of the game. So I'm going to need to find I had a great piece of software that did it. It was a freeware, really light program, and it just did exactly what it said on the tin. I used to use it to make time-lapse videos with. So I would work on a project, and it would take like a screenshot, whatever, once every second, whatever I set it to. And then I could like convert those into frames at like 30 frames a second or whatever, and make a time-lapse video out of it. And it did the whole screen, and it didn't affect performance at all. But I can't remember what the program was, and I can't, you know, I tried to find it and couldn't. So the one I'm using now is something that Kat-GPT recommended to me,
Allow me.
and I hate everything about it. Like, it's too convoluted. It tries to do too much. It's too, like, you know, graphically heavy and stuff. I don't know, there's a lot of things I don't like about it. I hate its interface. Interface off. Like, I just want something that will just run in the background,
Positions.
unobtrusively, just save the images and shut the fuck up. I don't even need an interface. It could be a fucking script file, a Python file, whatever, I don't give a shit. As long as it's taking the screenshots and not affecting performance of my system, then that's all I need. But this thing is, yeah. It's not gonna work. You can see how much it's hitching the game, right? The game performance is in the toilet right now because of this thing. So it's definitely not gonna work for me long term. It'll be fine for now, you know, until I find something better. It's fine for today. But tonight, when I'm watching my Zeppel stream, you know, I'll probably start looking at some other things that are hopefully a bit more lightweight. And I should probably look at something that's taking the whole screen as well. That way, that's not what I asked for. That way, if I want to get it to read out something like this, yeah, then, you know, it's already got access to all of that because it's already got the whole screen, so it can just work its magic on that for me. And also, because we get the regions of where the words were also in the output, she can sort of highlight the text as she's reading it out, right, in real time. That would be really nice. It's going to be a pain in the ass to code. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can pull that off. I don't know, actually. It's not going to be that easy to pull off because the other problem as well is I don't know. Yeah, the text-to-speech. The text-to-speech engine at the moment just takes... It just creates an audio file, and then I download the audio file and I play the audio file. So like I have no indication of where in that audio file those words are. Do you know what I mean? So like, you know, if she's saying a really long word, you know, that's going to take longer in the audio file than a quick word, for example. So like trying to line those two things up would be very difficult because I don't have any context as to what she's saying and when she's saying it. So I don't know how I would pull that off, actually. I mean, off the top of my head, if I was going to try and tackle it right now, I guess I would just, you know, look at the length of the audio clip, look at how many words were found in the output, and divide the time equally in the audio clip by the number of words, so that it just evenly moves onto each word. And although that wouldn't give me an exact representation of what she's saying and when she's saying it, it would probably give me a good enough representation. Oh, I've been looking for this. Oh my god, I finally found it. I've been looking for this. Yeah, I also need this for not just an achievement, but to get that thing that I found underground recently. I marked it on my map, I think. There was like a... In fact, I might have even put a teleporter there. Yeah, there was this whole area and I had to complete this section first. All these things. Huh. Because I've unlocked this dendro thing, so it looks like I've been here before. I wonder if I've been in that cave. Okay, there's also a cave up there. I don't know why I wouldn't have done this though. It seems strange. Why wouldn't I have done this? Strange. I don't know.
I await your instruction.
Look at the performance of this game now. Yowza. Yeah, this screen capture thing is not great. But like I say, it'll do for now. It'll work for now.
La la la.
But yeah, it's definitely affecting performance. And considering what a small area it's capturing, you know, like I said, it doesn't make sense that it would be eating up this much performance.
Hold the line.
So rude! Yeah, my apologies! With sword comes shadow.
Blow them all up.
Embrace the ice! Whirling snow! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Torrent, bring refuge.
There we go. Yeah, I thought that was my last one. Let's go find that Aranara. So it looks like we unlocked something else
We
as
should
well.
make the most of these supplies.
Yeah, that's probably... From what I understand, that's what I needed to... I think that's where my teleporter is now. I put a custom teleporter. My god, I can't play the game like this. I really can't. Okay, I need to stop this. I can't believe this software is garbage. This ShareX is absolute garbage. It's awful, and it kills my clipboard as well when it's running. I can't use my clipboard. Yeah, I need to find something else. This is fucking awful. Absolutely awful. So we'll run this when we're ready for the, you know, for the functionality, I guess, because this is way too, and this fucking interface, oh my god, it's fucking awful. You can't even control an A to select all. This is awful. I hate this interface. It's absolute fucking awful. It's like one of the worst interfaces I've ever seen on any program ever. I'm not saying something. I've seen some shitty interfaces. And then you delete them, right, from this fucking thing that I never even asked for. This huge list of files that I don't need. Because I have something called Windows Explorer and I can just go there if I want. Like, why does it collect them all in this? Like, it's just, it's doing too much. See, I like to think of these programs as, they're like dumb programs, right? They're like programs that look like they were designed for dum-dums, like people who, like, you know, they can't use a computer, so they need everything like spelling out for them. And those programs like annoy the shit out of me. They just try to do too much for you. They try to be too, you know, treat you like a baby. And I'm sure they're trying to be helpful and useful and whatever, but like, that's just not what I want this program for, you know what I mean? I just want this program to shut the fuck up and just capture screenshots silently in the background so that I can use that screenshot. My assistant can read subtitles out to me. So like, I don't need some fucking list of images that it's captured or any of this shit. Yeah, I would guess now. Let me just close this as well. I mean, I'll leave it open in the background, I guess. Yeah, I would guess that now my game starts running better. Yeah, look at that straight away. Little hitch when I first alt-tabbed into it. But now it's like smooth again. Is it? It's got a little bit of a jitter. Yeah, I think some of that might be the bullshit YouTube thing as well that I had to do in Kat-GPT. Yeah, no, it seems it's definitely a lot better. Yeah, what was I even doing? I came in here for a reason. I can't even remember now. I was looking for my teleporter, that's right. Yeah, I think I placed my custom teleporter somewhere. Already. Where the hell is it? There was this whole little underground area. I think it was in green. Sumeru. Why can't I find it? It was somewhere in the green part of Sumeru. And it was, yeah, this place I'd not found before. I found like a new Dendroculus in there and stuff. I'd never been there before. It was quite tricky to get to. So I thought that's why I placed a thing down, but I can't find it now. Unless that was last week. Did I lose a whole week? And it's already reset. Oh my god, did it really? Because I remember I had one. I had one in the desert, right, kind of recently, but I solved that a couple of days ago. And I thought as soon as I solved it, I placed down a new custom waypoint. I really don't know. Yeah, it's going to be tricky to find now. Yeah, I did find this area. Jesus, I might have to check my YouTube video to find it. I found this new area I'd never been to before in Sumeru. And there was like, I think there was a lake that I had to drain out or something. And then I Googled how to do that, and it said first I had to clear all these things that I just cleared the last one of now. And I looked for my achievement, and I thought I'd already done that. But then when I looked for the achievement, which must be the achievement that I just got. Yes, it was. Now let time resume. When I looked for that achievement and saw that I didn't have it, I realized I hadn't actually gotten them all, but now I have.
The publishing house has released numerous
But
works.
Paimon
that lay
also
out
said
military
something about we better go back to that Aranara. Is that this one? Oh, that'll be the event, right? Right, I've been capped on resin this whole time. Let me just do a condensed resin at least. I don't really like being capped on it. Okay. Yeah, the game's running so much better now that that screen capture software stopped. So I definitely need to find something that's a lot more lightweight. Oh, look at the birds flying over the sunset. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. It's awesome. Yeah, so it looks like we've got a new event. The final brewing developments. So how the hell do I get down to this then? I wonder if it's like through the arm or something.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
I hate these bosses that are like hidden underground like that. I find it really annoying. Actually, I found a lot of things annoying. It's true.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Shit. Press the wrong button.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler.
All right, let's get this event done, I think. And if this person isn't voiced when we speak to him, I will try out my thing. I want my normal team back. Okay, this isn't voiced, so now is the time. Now is the time. So yeah, it's gonna screw my frame rate up, but never mind, it is what it is. Assistant, start reading. Put that over there.
Paimon Hajanad, it was a great success. Wanna hear the good news?
Oh, are you serious? She did the first one fine. Why is she not doing this one? Let's try it again. Okay, I don't know what is happening. Assistant, stop reading. Let me see if I can figure out what might be happening. I mean, she doesn't have the output text left over or anything. I can't see a reason why that wouldn't have worked. I don't really know why that wouldn't have worked. Let's see if she does it if I start her again. Assistant, start reading.
Hajanad, hold on a moment. Allow me to sense the shock boiling device you have on you.
Okay, it feels like for some reason the triangle button on my controller isn't being picked up by the standalone. Now, I can't really understand why that would be, but that's what seems to be happening. Okay, it did it now. No, maybe that's not true. Okay, I saw it put an output file in there. So hang on a second, let me just try something else. Something went wrong with the output file. Right, I'm going to press triangle. So she's not... You can see the active window right now is this, right? So I'm going to press triangle. Okay, she's picking it up. She's producing an output file and deleting it, but she's not speaking it out. Now that kind of makes sense right now because there's no subtitles to read, right? But then again, she should pick up a couple of these dates, I would think. So I don't really know what's happening. I guess we could try her in the editor. Let's see if anything weird is happening in the editor version. See if we can figure out what's happening. Stop this. Yeah, because this is just super annoying. So what makes this super annoying as well, right, is so now I have to delete them twice, right? I have to delete them from this fucking list that I didn't even want in the first place. Then I have to go to the screenshot folder. It's just twice as much work, right? And then I have to go to manually go and delete them out of the screenshots folder. Also empty this recycle bin in a sec. And it's just extra work, right? It's just extra bullshit that I need to deal with. So it's a great example of when software just becomes like intrusive. It's like, you know, look, I don't want this. You're just creating more work for me. And then resources have to be allocated for every object that it's adding into its own interface to represent an image file that I don't want. And that's doing it once per second. So that's just adding to more and more resources that it's eating up. Yeah, like I said, I just don't want it to do any of these things. I don't want it to do any of these things. And there's no way to stop it from doing that, is there? If file exists, ask what to do. I'll just say overwrite file. At least that'll stop that from happening. Show cursor in screenshots. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, it's just too. It's just too convoluted. It's just too much. I don't want any of this shit. Okay, apparently this thing's got a built-in OCR. Really? Huh. I mean, that is quite cool. It makes me wonder if I could have just done it all through this. But this thing is, like I say, it's fuck. If I can get it, I can get it just to not. Yeah, I don't know. We'll leave it for now. I don't know that I can get it to stop adding these fucking images into this interface or not. I could look it up, but yeah, I really don't want it to do that, but I don't know if I can stop it or not. Right, let's see if we can find out what's happening in the editor.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
And you never know, sometimes like it depends how this thing's programmed. Maybe a smaller region sounds like it would be less resource heavy because you're capturing a lot less. But sometimes depending on how they've coded it or whatever, you know what I mean, you might even find that like a full screen capture is actually, you know, quicker and easier because the region capture starts with a full screen capture and then finds ways to crop that image out and then regenerates it, for example, right? That would be more resource heavy than just using the original full screen capture if it's going to do that anyway. Which, yeah, I think you do find that. I think even snipping clips works like that because it was discovered recently that apparently there's a way to, apparently the data that's saved from snipping clips, like the full screen image is like embedded, hidden somewhere or something in snipping clips. And hackers have now found a way where they can get like the full screen back, which is kind of worrying, you know what I mean? Like if you were using it, you could have had any kind of confidential or private personal information or whatever stuff on your desktop that you didn't want to share with people. Stuff like that is really, really dodgy. And as a coder myself, like I understand why you might take a full screen capture because that just might be so much quicker than trying to, you know, draw regions on the screen and then start a capture from one point and end it from somewhere else. I can understand why in some cases it probably is easier just to take a much bigger image and then crop it down to what the user wants. But to retain that original information somewhere in the file, that's just beyond me. Makes no sense. Assistant, start reading.
Hajanad ah, this blazing warmth, this magnetic echo. It is like a chorus of alchemical potions in the flames. Such excitement. Hajanad impeccable, I say.
Yeah, now
Using the data
I
you
hate it
provided,
when this
I'm
happens.
Sure I'll be able to write the most perfect report.
She's doing it perfectly in the editor.
Hyman really. Hyman didn't sense anyth.
Yeah, she's doing it perfectly in the editor, so I don't know why she's not doing it in the standalone. We'll give it another test just in case it was a fluke. But yeah, everything is working perfectly in the editor. So, surprise, surprise. So I don't know why things fell apart in the build, but stuff like this drives me absolutely insane. Because how the hell am I meant to debug it?
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Assistant, start reading.
Hyman really. Paimon didn't sense anything.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. That doesn't make any sense. Why is it working fine in the editor and it's not working in the standalone? It just doesn't make any sense. And she's picking up... Like, my first guess would be, you know, maybe she's not picking up the controller signal, like, in the standalone somehow because of the way the editor works differently than the standalone. But that's not true, because if I press triangle and leave this window open... I didn't do it this time. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. I hate inconsistent things. Oh my god, I hate inconsistent things. This time I don't know if it is. Okay. I wonder if I should, while I'm debugging it, maybe... Maybe we should do... Right, so that's where I delete the old image. I'm going to delete old image.jpg and rename image.jpg to old image.jpg. So I'm going to keep the previous image for now. What I'll do is I'll separate those out just so that we can see. I don't need to do that either. Deleted. Just so that we can see where we want to get rid of that when it's working. Our Python script file is working fine. In here, I think I want to screen read. Do the same thing with the output.txt and just keep the old output just so that I can see when it fails, like what exactly was the output that we got, if any. But when I was testing it the last time, I pressed triangle and I saw the files appear in that folder and then get deleted. So it was picking up the controller signal. This time when I tested, either that was happening so quickly that I just didn't see it, which is possible, or it just wasn't even picking up the controller signal. And inconsistencies. Are never a good thing. I knew this would be a giant pain in the ass. Hurry up. Jesus Christ, Visual Studio. It's text files. It's text files of code. Okay? It's not a fucking 60-minute HD video file. Why does it take this long to open? But again, I genuinely think, because don't forget this is capturing images right now, I genuinely think this thing is like insanely heavy on resources for some stupid unknown reason. And there's no need for it to be. Which is why, like I said, I'll be looking to replace that. But for now, I just want to get the thing actually functioning properly. Right, so here we say if file exists output.txt file.delete output. I'm going to make that old output. Old output. And then here I'm going to say file dot rename output.txt add to at reader old output.txt. Okay. Huh. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, do as move. Jesus Christ, this fucking screen capture software just like fucking murders my entire system. Okay, let's build and run it again. See if we can figure out what the hell is happening. I hate it when it works perfectly in the editor and then you get it into standalone and it's just like, ooh, I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh, I can't do that. So that's funny, you do it perfectly in the fucking editor. The standalone is already running, so I need to exit it very quickly. Alright, we'll fail. There we go. Got it just in time, I think. Didn't realize it was still running. Come on, today would be great. Just close the fucking window. Chrome, you piece of shit. I love how it's just, again, it's all these things that kind of like make my life a complete and utter fucking torture machine. Like what you're seeing right now.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
The fact that when the application first opens, right? Let me show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like. You see how it's got a black background? Well, we tell OBS that the black background should be invisible. And what happens when it first opens? It opens with a black background. But it just so happens it's just so off black. It just so happens to be not entirely black. Just not black enough so that it like completely blanks out the entire stream while it's struggling to do whatever the fuck it's trying to do as it's opening. Just to like, you know, really twist that knife in me. And it's like... And the problem with that is, in order to fix that, I would need to change the color of black in my entire application to match that color of black that Unity starts with. And it would have to be the exact shade. And then that would probably cause other things graphically to leak, because the whole aesthetics of this app was built around the fact that it had pure black as the background. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like, I just can't win, basically. I just can't win. Like, no matter what I do, I get fucked. Like, they couldn't just start it as a pure black screen. No, that would just be, that would make too much sense. No, they have to pick this weird off black color so that when it's loading, it completely blanks out my entire fucking stream every single time. And there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. That's just another example of what I'm talking about.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay. See if that's true, shall we? Assistant. Start reading. What the fuck? What even happened? It took us 6 months.
Hajanad White High Intelligence Floating Assistive Unit, you should read a few books of late night academia quotations. It will help enhance your linguistic variety.
Okay, so she did that correctly. And I notice she also saved the old image, which, you know, I think we can expect what that looks like. exactly what we'd expect. Yeah. And the old output was correct, so we don't even need to check it. Okay, now what happens if we press triangle after getting a new set of subtitles for her to read? We'll even give her a few seconds. Go. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe to be fair, she hasn't picked up the fact that I'm using that controller yet. Unity's input system is a bit weird like that. I think maybe it needs to like be enabled first or something. I accidentally pressed 2 fucking buttons at once. Yeah, that made her come back up, actually.
12. 1 HDRP assets included in build, asset interpipeline 13. 1 HDRP assets included in build, interpipeline asset 36. Build completed with a result of succeeded
She's
in
reading
164 seconds, 164,441 milliseconds.
Okay, that's
Jitter.build
interesting.
player window build player end run. Sample 60 no animatable object selected.
Thank you for that, Kat. No, okay, so she's working. So, okay, I think I know how this works. Let me try it again. Okay, so I think she has to be active for it to work. Which isn't the case in the editor. Okay. I fucking hate it when it does that. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, because the fucking screen capture fucking destroys my clipboard, so now I have to type all that out again. Right, I really need my clipboard back. So let's stop this. Fucking stuff, where's the pain of my life? When your Unity application is not in focus, it is likely that it is not receiving input events from the gamepad. This is because the operating system is directing those events to the currently active application, which is the game you are playing. One way to solve this is to use the Unity input system, which allows you to read input from a gamepad even when the application is not. I'm already doing that. No, you will need to keep your Unity application running in the background for this to work. Well, duh. No, I think what it's getting at is that make sure that it's built to run in the background. Well, duh, of course it is. How else would it be doing everything else that it's doing? Alright, I already have the input system. I swear it was doing it before, though. I know it was. I fucking tested it. It's being inconsistent again. Fucking hate inconsistent. I know it was doing it before. But to be fair, now it seems to want it to be focused before it does it. God, now it's not even doing it in fucking focus. Yeah, now it's not even doing it in focus. What the hell? Okay, so I think what I need to do, right, is I need to step backwards. I think I know what the problem is, right? The problem is that the inputs aren't being received or whatever, not being processed, acted upon. Whatever step of the process is failing. So, like, it's clearly working and it's clearly not. So we just saw it read Unity's this, well, something in here from a screenshot when we brought it into focus and we pressed triangle. So we know that triangle's working. We know that let me just make sure it is working in the editor with the new, you know, we gave it the new new file name system, didn't we? So for that I actually need to go on save this in here over the top of this, because I think that will help me with debugging, even though that isn't ultimately how I want it to end up. And that needs to be in... Pasted it in the wrong fucking place. Oh, will you just stop being a prick? Okay. Let me just make sure that's all working the way I want it to. So we need to start this fucking thing again. Is my batch file running? Yes, it doesn't want to be.
Kat-GPT is ready.
Banging your head against a brick wall.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay. Assistant. Start reading. I fucking hate that.
Hajanad, that way, you will be able to understand many intricate analogies, and both your humor and resistance to stress will increase manifold. Paimon Paimon doesn't
Why does
get
it
what you're
work in the
saying,
editor
and
though? I
there's no
don't
stress
understand.
anyway. Besides, CP Copyum's not the type to make Paimon do any strange experiments.
Yeah, it works fine in the editor. Just give it one more.
Paimon, anyway, don't change the subject. We've performed the experiment as we agreed.
I just need it to work in standalone. Okay, so we know that it's working in the editor. Oh my god, nothing annoys me more than when it works perfectly in the editor and it just won't do it in the fucking standalone, honestly. Okay, so our issue now, and I don't want to use all my fucking Google API requests trying to debug the controller, because like they have nothing to do with each other. So as much as I hate to do this, right, let's create a new script and just call it gamepad test. Well, I already have I've already got an input system here. We'll just add a script on here, which we'll call gamepad test. Gamepad test. See, I was hoping that after sending it one, like letting it connect to the gamepad the first time around, I was hoping that after it had like latched onto the gamepad the first time, it would like remember it and just let me keep using it, but apparently not. Okay, so I'm going to run it in update. So we need a couple of things in here. We need to be using Unity Engine input system. Well, that's basically all we need. Oh, and we need a public input action asset, which I like to call input asset. And then this might be what's fucking us up though, is input asset dot enable Okay, well, we'll find out, I guess. So, yeah, because she's supposed to do this, to be fair. And we need to be able to see in File Manager, right? If it detects that triangle was pressed in the standalone, we need to see in File Manager that it was pressed, right? So I'm just going to literally say File, write all text, pressed. Is it content? String as path, string contents. Okay, path is first. So the path wants to be at reader. And then I want it to say plus time since level loads, plus .txt, comma, pressed. Because what that's going to do is it's going to create a new file each time I press it, which is going to say how long the level's been loaded for, and it's just going to contain the contents pressed. Doesn't really do anything. But what it's going to let me do is it's going to let me see when the inputs are being received and picked up on, basically, which is the first thing we need to debug, right? So let's build this out again. Is this running? Yes. Let's stop running it. Okay, save, build and run. Go in here, delete those. Delete those two. When it works so well. It's going to be so good. Yeah, the only part of this, I can tell the only part of this that's not working is, and I had a feeling this would be a pain in the ass, is because I'm using the gamepad in Genshin Impact, like, it's trying to force it to, like, consider that it's also using the same gamepad at the same time. But everything else is working fine. Like, the actual functionality that, like I say, it's always like, that sounds like it would be the more complicated thing to do, right? Is, you know, convert a bunch of pixels on the screen into some text. But because Google's API takes care of all of that, that part's actually pretty straightforward. As long as we successfully call the API and gather the results, we're good. It's just incredible how, like, these things that sound like they shouldn't be that difficult to implement, you know, you press a button and something happens. That part sounds like fucking, you know, child's play. Which it normally is. But trust me to find some, like, specific use case where, oh, but actually there's a catch.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Shit, I don't want to be in this one. I want to be in the build folder. Do I not have the build folder? Let's go in the build folder. Okay, so we should see it in here.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
So if I press triangle, nothing. So that's good. Now I know that it's not working. Now if I bring her to focus and then press triangle, I expect that we'll see the files appear. Interesting, we actually fucking don't. Okay, wow. Is that not working in the editor either? Let's find out. I'm banging my head against a brick wall as usual. Reader. Okay, this is our editor version. Now the editor will probably just work. I don't know what's different about the editor than the standalone, but I've always wished the standalone could be more like the editor.
Kat-GPT.
Okay, that's my fault. I should have tested it, shouldn't I? I always forget to do this. I forgot to link my action asset. Okay, that was my fault. Let me just test it before we build it out again.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Okay, that's the builds one. That's the editor one. Okay, so Unity is not in focus. Windows Explorer is in focus, but if we press triangle, we will look at that. We get a bunch of files show up that shows what time we press triangle. Good, that's working as expected. The question is, can we get that to happen in the standalone? Hopefully, but why do I get the feeling it's going to be like trying to get blood out of a fucking stone doing so? I mean, when I was working on Scout's Honor, that video game that I'm making recently, I did like a loading screen for it, and I had to jump through a lot of hoops to get like gamepads to auto detect and configure and stuff, and at first I thought it wasn't working, and it does work, but it seems to take Unity like a good 20-30 seconds or something to like actually pick up the gamepad and start using it, which is weird. It's just weird. It's one of those weird things, right, where it's like inconsistent, and you know how much I hate inconsistencies. Yeah, it was doing that originally, but then recently I noticed, like in the newer versions, it seems to just pick it up really quickly. So I don't know what's causing that, like, you know, why does it seem to take ages sometimes and then sometimes it's really quick? I don't know. Obviously, I didn't write Unity's input system, so I don't really know how it works, but obviously something there is inconsistent. And so I do wonder if this is going to give me similar issues where it's like, oh, I need to be more patient with it, because it's easy to test something when you're in this frame of mind, right? And you're like, okay, I'm writing code, I'm running it. You see how long it takes to build these things out sometimes. You got to have the patience of a saint to sort of keep doing tests, and I'm very impatient. Like, I want to write the code, run it, and see it do what I wanted it to do. And as I'm watching the second hand spin around my clock right now, watching this thing build out, like, you know, it's testing my patience, of which I don't have much to begin with anyway. So it's easy to sort of jump into the code, wait for it to run, start pressing buttons to test things, and when things don't immediately start to work, you know, it's easy just to assume, okay, well, that hasn't solved it, let's try something else, right? And then just like walk away and try something else. But there have been a few times with things like this in the past where things do work, but they take a little bit of time to get going, and I wasn't giving them the time they needed to get going. And then, you know, eventually I'm like, oh, Jesus. Me not having any patience, which is understandable because I'm trying to get things to work, right? But me not having any patience to just give it a chance to, you know, start working or whatever, actually ended up costing me more time, because I tried like 26 different things, which the whole time it was actually just working and I wasn't giving it time. So I'm reminding myself of that right now. To maybe just slow down and just see if perhaps it might just take a little while to pick it up, right? Because that's fine if that's the case. But it's difficult to know for sure with these things. Okay, so we built out a new... She never said Kat-GPT was ready to go, but we needed to run it locally anyway. Okay. She's still not saying it. I don't know why she's not saying it. Okay, I press triangle and I don't see anything. It's not detecting it. But she also didn't say Kat-GPT is ready and waiting. I'm going to swap to the app and press triangle. Okay, there we go. See, this is what I was afraid of, right? I brought the app into focus, which we can't possibly do while playing Genshin Impact, right? We can't have the app in focus. It has to be running in the background. But what if we take it back out of focus and then press triangle? Yeah, it's not detecting it again. So the way it's running right now, yeah, she also has to restart because she ran into a text-to-speech issue.
Kat-GPT was restarted.
Good for you. Yeah, she's not picking up the inputs in the background. Once again, I'll bring her into focus and press it, and I would bet... Yep, there we go. Every single input goes through. Okay, so the way she's working right now is she's only picking up those inputs. She's only picking up those inputs when in focus. Now, what did ChatGPT say to be honest, I don't even know how these callbacks things work. Right, this guy's from Unity. When run in background is enabled in the play settings, devices that are capable of collecting in the background while the app is in the background, devices such as keyboards and mice are not, and on some platforms no input collection in the background is supported, are expected to keep reporting input. This includes XR devices. If no input on XR devices is coming through with run in background enabled, please file a ticket with the Unity bug reporter. That doesn't sound like plain English to me. That's very vague as well. Devices that are capable of collecting in the background while the app is in the background. Keyboards and mice are not, and on some platforms no input collection in the background is supported. So that makes it sound like, yeah, you can receive gamepad inputs in the background on most platforms, but not all. So it's very vague. We do use XR. I don't know what XR is. XR legacy input. It's basically a gamepad, right? Same thing I'm looking for. Okay, there is a package class run in background. If true, the device is capable of delivering input while the application is running in the background. Input device description. So can I not just say gamepads dot currents? Input device. Input system 102. I don't know what version I'm using. I'm probably using the latest one. Background behavior, reset and disable non-background devices. Ignore focus we want, I think. Okay, I think this is what I want. Ignore focus. I think I found it. I think that's it. Ignore focus. I think that's it. So Kat-GPT was wrong. Ignore focus. I think I just found it. It was in the build settings. I hate some people's responses to these things are so ridiculous. It's like on a web forum, someone's saying, you know, oh, I'm making a VR game and I want to be able to like pick up controller inputs while the app isn't in focus because, you know, the VR thing doesn't work that well.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
And someone's response there was like, oh god, I hope not. Otherwise anyone could make a keylogger in Unity. It's like, well, no. A gamepad isn't a fucking keyboard for one. And like, are you fucking serious? It's just like, people talk so much shit sometimes. Exit. Thank you. Wow, it actually did it to my voice. Okay, please work. Please work.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
Ah! I said ignore focus. Okay, let's see if we give it focus. Okay, it's not doing it at all now. Well, that's kind of fucking weird. Okay, now it is. Now, this is what I was saying before. Maybe it's working now. Yes! But it took 34 seconds to get a hold of the controller. Now, that's fine, right? This is what I was talking about before, right? Sometimes it's just slow to start. Oh, yes. Okay, so now we just need to code it. Well, no, it's already coded, right? But I do want to clean up this mess, right? Because it's going to get messy. We also don't really need the thingy anymore. We don't need the... It's already programmed to do what we want. We just need to find a way for it to pick up the inputs. So it should be fine now. So all I'm going to do now is turn off that. Now, to be fair, I don't want to break anything. Maybe enabling the input in this is what's getting it to work. So I don't want to just disable this script. So instead, I'll just disable what's in the update. I'll actually just thingy it out because that's good for debugging, right? I'm just going to comment it out. But yeah, I think this is it. We're good. It should work now. But it can take... Okay, last time there it took 35 seconds to find the controller. Now, to be fair as well, I still don't know whether it needed to come into focus at least once in order for that to work or not. Like, was it me bringing the app into focus and sending the controller signals to it that got it to, like, you know, connect and start working? Or was it just patience and it just took like 35 seconds anyway? I don't know yet. I'm sure I'll figure it out. But I can see that it is working. I can see that it is working.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
You're always ready and waiting, you little slut. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I'm just happy. That's me being happy. Yeah, great. When I'm happy, I turn into a complete pervert. No, I'm just. You know, I'm relieved because that's. I was thinking I might not be able to get it to work at all. Because even if I wanted to use a second gamepad, which is a giant pain in the ass, right? Having two gamepads, one for Kat-GPT, one for Genshin Impact. Yeah, it's just awkward, right? And then even then it's like, yeah, but I'm just going to run into the same problem. If the application's not in focus, how am I going to send signals to it? Do you know what I mean? To say, okay, read the next line. So I'm really glad that's working. So let's get our screen captures going again. Let's launch our Kat-GPT build version.
Kat-GPT is ready and waiting.
So it wasn't any of the things that I found online. I accidentally found the solution myself just by exploring the input settings and options and things. But yeah, there you go. Ignore focus was the solution, I believe. Now that I've got this open right now, I'm just gonna sort of... Oh no, I muted it so that... Yeah, I muted it, so I actually have no way of knowing if it's started working or not, sadly, because I muted the lines of code that we're writing in there, right? I should have left them, to be fair, for now. I really should have left them. Okay, to be extra, right? I'm just going to give it some focus and send it some gamepad signals to be extra. Because I can't handle the heartbreak of it not working right now. Okay, and just pray that that's gone through. And then we'll bring our Genshin Impact up. I want OBS at the forefront. Then Genshin Impact. Okay, I think we're ready for a test. Clear text. Assistance. Start reading. I always forget to do that.
Paimon, anyway, don't change the subject. We've performed the experiment as we agreed. Paimon, so now it's payday.
Yes! It works!
Hajanad, you'll have it, you'll have it. Come on, don't you trust me?
Don't you trust me?
Eh? This is 50 Paimon.
Okay, to be fair, I pressed triangle too early. I know I did. I'm getting excited.
Paimon, A. This is 50 people's salary. This? Kinda feels different from what Paimon expected. Paimon, not that it's too little or anything. Fat must contest.
Fat? What? Fat what? Who are you calling fat? It's a bit rude, isn't it? But I wouldn't call that a large sum of mora.
Hajanad A. Did the mora I saved over this half a year not pack enough of a punch for you? Jov.
Where do you get Jov from?
Hajanad, did I underestimate the price that mercenaries can fetch? The daily wage I planned for them was the same as the daily allowance my mentor gave me, though. Allowance.
Where's he getting these weird extra words from? This is so cool. This is so cool.
Hajanad, my new mentor, is very generous, too. Now that I'm under her, I can have one shawarma can be wrap every day and still have funds left over.
It's quite a big one.
Hajanad, if I bought a bag of flour and picked some zaitun peaches outdoors, then grabbed several buckets of river water to cook them into paste, I could even live for 2 weeks on a single day's funds.
This is so cool. This is so cool. This is so cool.
Very precarious. Hajanad, then, the leftover funds can be diverted back into shock boiled brew research. And that's how I came up with my estimate for mercenary pay. Al?
Yeah, so it picked up the bottom of the very precarious option, so it's... I probably need to like move my area down a little bit just so that it's not picking up these options, but it's fine. It's fine for now. Your dietary demands are very modest. Your views on standards of living are very precarious. Did I mute the game, by the way, in all my excitement? Oh no, it's actually up. Oh, I love this. I love this so much.
Hyman Hajanad. How have you even survived up till now? You're practically punishing yourself, the way you live. Hyman, you at least need to eat your fill of shawarma wrap to call it a big meal. If you only eat paste every day, you'll definitely ruin your health.
This is so cool.
Hajanad, I know. I already live very well, you know. Some students need to fork out more to finish their studies. I was like that before, now that really was not having any time to think about food.
This is so cool.
Hajanad, now that I have a stipend approved by my mentor, I can eat my fill every day. I consider myself most fortunate, really.
Oh my god, this is so cool. You didn't get it.
Paimon's got it. We'll treat you to an awesome meal. That'll show you what real standards are, not this just getting by stuff. Of getting.
I don't know where it got of getting from.
Hajanad, no, I couldn't. The commission treating the commissioner? To me, that would never do. Thanks for your concern, but there's no need to worry.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
Hajanot, as long as I continue to make progress and prove my ability, I will definitely make it someday. Constantly thinking of feasting and drinking is not something I should be doing at this stage. Hajanot, now then, times a wasting. I'm going back to write my report. S. Paimon, well, then you could also take some fruits and vegetables from us to make up the difference. We often find sunsettias and cabbages, so we've definitely got lots to spare in our bag. Hajanot, he. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. I can already see my mentor's jaw going slack at the sight of these discoveries.
Oh my god, this is so cool. This is so freaking cool. This is actually pretty amazing. Okay, why is the game frozen? Paimon's words may as well have been, and there she goes. Now, I wish she was a little bit quicker to react. It does take a couple of seconds before she comes back with it.
Doesn't collapse too easily. Paimon keeps getting the feeling that if she keeps going on like this, she's going to collapse from malnutrition at some point. X?
Let's hope this research maniac doesn't collapse too easily.
Paimon, yeah. From how Hajanot put it, her mentor does really value her. Well, guess we can Paimon only hope that she fi.
Okay, let me try that one again. I may have pressed triangle
Paimon,
too
well,
early.
guess we can only hope that she finishes her research smoothly and secures more funds, so she can live an ordinary life. WWW.
Yeah, I may have pressed triangle too early on that last one.
Paimon, maybe we'll meet again. Who knows? Maybe we'll get more rewards and less worry about her eating habits next time. Co?
Yeah, the screen, that screen grabbing software, look at how much it's fucking with the game's frame rate though. Holy shit. That's so bad. Yeah, it's really causing some hang-ups. Assistant? Stop reading. Okay, but we can obviously, once I find a better screen cap thing that's not quite as heavy on the couldn't be much worse, that's not quite as heavy on the system, this should just get better and better and better. And then we don't need these. Empty recycle bin, it's probably got a lot of them in there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the main problem with it now is that that screen capture software, my god, it really is taking a toll on the frame rates. Look at it. Is it still deleting the files? Oh my god, it's awful. It is it that? I can't see how it would be my AI assistant.
Whoa, what's happening over there? Can we take a sneaky peek? Huh? Can we?
I don't think it's the Python script. Let's have a look at Task Manager. Yeah, nothing is using the GPU right now. There's something called system interrupts. Ooh, it's just disappeared. Yeah, I mean, Genshin's using like 38% of the CPU. Kat-GPT is using like 7 or 8, right? So I don't, it should, like, my stuff shouldn't be causing it any issues. Okay, I think it's probably going to sort itself out. It could be the YouTube chat thing, to be fair. I'm not sure. But yeah, they were going to increase my API, and I know that that's a lot lighter on the system than the way I've been doing it with HTML. So I can also optimize that too. So if, yeah, I'll get to the bottom of it. All right. The final event level, and we can do a Nilu-ish. But yeah, oh my god, I can't tell you how good it feels to see it all working and everything. Like, that's actually really impressive. It's nuts. I think it's actually nuts.
Stay put! Rest and rebuild! Everyone hold hands! Make yourselves at home!
All eyes on me.
Here! Ha! Sharing my knowledge! Hey! Ready, go! Don't be scared!
Dance with the waves.
Everyone hold hands! Covenant of the Deep! Hey, go away! You, Glenn, you're up? The Temple of Wisdom! I see everything!
This dance is for you.
Positions! Everyone hold hands! I see everything! Hold the line! Don't be scared! Tara, bring refuge! Make yourselves at home!
Dance with the waves.
Here! Positions! Ready, go!
Okay, I'm not reading all that. I always take my A team in here. You know how it is. Oh, it's gone.
Happy to oblige.
Rest and rebuild. Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
All eyes on me.
New punching.
I see
Yeah, our
everything.
frame rate seems to be a lot better now.
Sharing my knowledge. Allow me. Go get it, Uruguay. Torrent, bring refuge. Uruguay, you're here.
Dance with the waves. Happy to oblige.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Hey. Billowing surge. Hey, go away. Don't be scared.
This dance is for you.
Sharing my knowledge. Hold the line. Positions.
Now you're testing my
All my
patience.
strength.
You are not welcome here.
Dance with the waves.
Ready,
this
go!
now.
Uruguay, you're up.
You are not welcome here.
Covenant of the Deep. I'll come back. Make yourselves at home. Everyone hold hands.
All eyes on me.
With all my strength.
Woo! I wanted to get those last few just before the time ran out and I made it. So happy. Ah, wow. What a day. What a day.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom!
This dance is for you. Here. Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone hold hands! Go get it, Uruguay! Rest and rebuild! Torrent, bring refuge! Sharing
Yeah, I'm
my
not very
knowledge.
quick at getting the geo shielders. 'Cause it's kind of hard to get them. Because the shields do block most of
Dance with
the
the
reactions and stuff.
Positions!
You can get them from behind, but it kind of reduces the amount of
Allow me! I
like
see everything!
area that you can hit them with. So it's
Stay put!
like shielders aren't a problem for me, but
The Temple of
I'm not the
Wisdom!
quickest at killing them with this team.
Everyone hold hands!
It's not the most efficient
Covenant of the Deep!
team to kill them, I guess.
Hold the line! Hey, go away! Don't be scared!
All eyes on me.
Yeah! All my strength! Sharing my knowledge! I see everything! Torrent, bring refuge!
Did I kill a Hillager?
Ready?
Can we get in the last few seconds? Probably
Uruguay!
not.
Yep.
Dance with the waves.
No. I still got gold though. 8,720. You know what would help the score? I think what would help the score is a nice Nilu constellation. That would help the score significantly. What is it? I think like a 60% damage boost or something she gets. Speaking of which, I think it's time. It is time. Okay. Get our rewards. And if we check our wish screen right now, ooh, we got a fragile resin. Yeah, we've got at least one Nilu wish. Well, we've only got one Nilu wish, but we're close to a second. Nilu, please! That would really reward me for all my hard work today. Be really good. Come on. Damn you! Damn you, Thrilling Tales. How long have we got before the shop resets? "11 days? It's ages away." Okay, I got 89 primos, so if I do commissions, is that enough? What do you get for commissions? You only get 60 though, don't you? Yeah, I'm gonna be 11 short. Now, I'm sure I can find 11 primo gems in all the new content somewhere. Pretty sure of it. This one's the closest. But yeah, the game's not going to hand one to us, sadly. Give me your bacon. You know what? I'll leave you, mushroom. I will leave you to flourish in your fungal ways. Wait, are we saying that this pink floaty thing is a coward? She just ran off at the first sign of danger? You're not brave like my Yario.
Hey, can you hear the frogs croaking? Silly frogs. They're singing along to the sound of the rain. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit.
Oh no! You do not have the stamina to make it. Okay, let me get a refill on the old stamina meter. See how much further we can get. So I don't really want to make my way all the way up this mountain. There's more effort than I am required to commit at this point in time. Thank you for your interest. Wait, what? Here?
Stay put. Hey,
Yeah, all my commissions are really close to each other today. It's like they're all next to each other. Which one's this one? This one's the closest one. Oh wow, they really are next to each other.
Uglay, you're up!
All eyes on me.
Positions.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I knocked your tower down now, didn't I? That's
I
what
see
you get.
everything.
What do you get for being a big bully?
Allow me.
Did he die? He must have died already. We already murdered him in cold blood. Oh, I need to destroy this now.
This dance is for you.
Whoa!
Everyone
I'll
move
be
in.
waving that shield around.
Go get him, Uglay! Make yourselves at home. Hey,
Took care of those guys. Not much for me. Well, that's a lot of fruit and vegetables. Can open a greengrocer. Actually, Nahida looks like she'd make a good greengrocer. She sort of looks the part, I think.
hold the line.
Try.
Everyone move in.
My name's not Fry. It's Captain Cobia. You must be confusing me with somebody else.
With all my strength.
Hunter becomes.
Yeah, before you use all your strength, you might want to make sure you stood on the floor rather than like crawling under the decking. Okay, can we... Where? I thought I'd done more than... I thought I'd done at least 2 commissions. What the hell? Maybe one of those was a random event. I don't know. No, what the hell? I swear... Oh, yeah, give me... You know what? Give me extra commissions. Maybe it's bugged. Because they were so close to each other. Maybe it's giving me extra commissions. Oh, imagine that if you got a bug and it just kept giving you commissions non-stop. You'd just be able to farm Primo Gems all day. Oh, please make that true.
I see everything.
Let that be the case.
The Temple of Wisdom.
I would do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get my Nilu constellation. No matter how long it takes.
Ready, go! Don't be scared.
All eyes on me. Here.
I think they deserve it anyway because they're too lazy or cheap or whatever to voice all of the cutscenes and interactions. So I've like programmed a solution to that problem. So I think I deserve some form of compensation for that. Yeah, I'm getting some strange commissions in some strange places today. Okay. And the last and final commission for the day. I swear I've done more than 4 though. I'm sure of it. I mean, well, I figured it out, didn't I, right? We'll find out because I worked out I was going to be like 11 Primo Gems short from doing daily commissions. So if I'm 1 Primo Gem short, then I must have gotten an extra commission somehow. I don't think it's possible. Because I assume that maybe one of the things that I did that felt like a commission maybe was like a random event or something. Because I'd be very surprised if like there was a bug or something that gave me an extra one. One can hope, but yeah. Or even if such a bug occurred, you'd expect there to be some kind of primo gem obtaining safeguard system that's like, no, you've had your maximum primo gems for today, bugger off, you get nothing. What is this? You're worrying too much. Now, yeah, I mean, I know I could get it to read all of this out, but it would take me a month, and like, it's just a commission. It's no big deal. Like, I actually legitimately don't care what the characters are saying for some things. But yeah, for like the main story, which I think, that's why I think it's a bit naughty of them to have not voiced this new patch. It's a bit naughty of them. It's like, that's main game content right there.
Hold the line. I see everything.
I can understand them like scrimping on some of the events sometimes, maybe, and yeah, like commissions or whatever. It's fine, I guess. But main story, come on. Voice that sucker, you motherfuckers. That's a lot of asterisks. Okay. So if I see Catherine, that will put me at 149, which, funny enough, like I said, has me 11 short of the next wish, which is what I predicted and calculated, right? So I don't think I did get an extra commission. I think it just felt like I did. Maybe I had like a couple of random events spawn near there at that time. I don't know.
Happy to oblige.
New punch lucky today.
Hey! Rest and rebuild. Dance with the waves. Here.
Need on this one.
Whoa, we've got an incomplete one of these.
Everything's ready. Let's go.
You better be, Claire. You better not be slacking off on me. Right, now I shot one of these early before and it didn't activate, so I guess I gotta wait for it to park its arse. Yo, back.
I'll lead the way. Follow me.
She's too much of a hippie, Claire, you know? I feel like she's gonna get me arrested for possession of weed or something. Which can still happen in my country.
Pack everything up nice and carefully. Don't drop anything.
I don't know when they're gonna revise that because it seem a bit antiquated this day and age. Why is there a pattern on the wall? Alright, because that one was like the fourth one. And that one was the second one. I see. That one was the first one.
had to cross.
Sharing my knowledge.
You're all just instantly dead. Like, it wasn't even a fight. I just came and bulldozed you all. With my tiny little girl warriors. Don't you feel silly?
Rust and Reebok. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home. I
Time
see
to go to
everything.
work.
Allow me. Don't be scared.
This dance is for you.
I still need to find the entrance to that robot. I wonder if you can Google it. Well, you know, it's a good test for our wonderful AI assistant there. What's the name of this thing? Let's see. It's great. She's getting some great functionality now. I mean, it's great. She can do Google searches, read the screen to me, got chatbot conversations, play music. Ugh! Now I just have to get it to play the game for me, and I can just sit here and do nout all day. That's gonna be great. I need to also get her to be able to rig the gacha system, you know. I can be like, Kat, make the next wish a Nilu constellation. And she just does it. Alright, well, what was I doing? I was going to look at Layla. Perpetual Caliber.
How did I do that?
The problem is, I think that speech to text is going to spell that wrong, but we can give it a go. Unless I Google Aeon Blight Drake. And it converts that into Eon Blake Trick, so probably not. I don't know, I mean, my best guess would be that we start down here somewhere, but I think I was round here earlier, and that there's a way through, maybe, I don't know. Oh, yeah, possibly. I'm actually underground here, I didn't expect that. So it seems to be over this way, right? Okay, okay. Ah, I'm outside again though. That's a problem.
Hey! Sharing my knowledge!
Dance with the waves. With all my strength. Yeah. Take positions. Yeah. 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 Ha.
Shoulders hurting me for some strange reason. Not just that, but I've been getting these weird pains in my arm, like where my tuberculosis shot went, like 5,000 years ago. And it's like, well, why the fuck does that suddenly feel like that? It's weird. Like, that hasn't bothered me since, like, maybe a week after I got it. And then it's been fine ever since. So why that suddenly feels spiky and strange. I don't know. Maybe people have been
Happy to
injecting
apply.
me in the sleep.
Rest and rebuild. Everyone hold hands.
The alien's been probing me.
Take my sleeve.
Okay, how am I meant to get to this thing? So I got excited when I realized I was underground. Where I first spawned in, but now I'm back outside, so don't really see how that helps me. Yeah, I checked out all around this waterfall earlier and I couldn't see anything. Do we want to let Nahida in? Sorry, Nahida. Kind of in the middle of something, you know. Trying to get my Yaoyo up this goddamn cliff. Oh, it's not gonna happen. No. Don't drown. Don't drown. Good. Shallow water. What do I like to see? I didn't even take any fall damage either. Okay, why is this the tallest cliff in the game? Why am I at the bottom of it? And where are the zip lines? Or anything for that matter? And why am I climbing up it? Because, like, I don't think this is the way to the boss anywhere. I need to Google this, don't I? Right, what was the name of that material? We could try a voice search. I mean, that's why I programmed it, right? May as well try. Assistant. Look up where to get Perpetual Caliber Genshin Impact. I mean, I already know where to get it. Just how do I get there?
Perpetual Caliber is a special weapon in Genshin Impact. It can be obtained from the Battle Pass, which is available for purchase in the in-game store. The Battle Pass costs 980 Primogems and can be purchased with real money or in-game currency.
You shill!
How did I do that?
You shill! Why are you trying to get me to spend my money? Are you on commission? Are you being secretly paid by Mihoyo? Yeah, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. What, is that even real? What's she talking about? Perpetual Caliber. She said it was a battle pass weapon. Is that even real? No, it's not. She's just making it up. The battle pass weapons are the Black Sword, Serpent Spine, Solar Pearl, Viridescent Hunt, and Deathmatch. She's full of shit. She's trying to get me to spend my money. Just like a real woman. Okay, well I guess she's not going to help us then. Well, she is Kat-GPT, so I mean, you know, Kat-GPT does lie and make stuff up, so I guess she's its sexy younger sister. I don't know what to do then. How do I... Let me try a different one. Let me try a different one. Assistance, look up how to get to Aeon Blight Drake Genshin. Wow, she actually crashed
Okay.
and minimized my game.
Kat-GPT was restarted.
Cat. You're freaking useless, do you know that? Absolutely useless. Okay. One of these days, though, we'll have you serving a purpose.
How did I do that?
Aeon Blight Drake. I guess I'll just type it, cat, like some kind of caveman. Using my freaking caveman stumps
Okay.
and my wooden keyboard, like some kind of Neanderthal. No thanks to you. Right. How to get to the Aeon Blight Drake location boss fight guide. Okay, cave entrance.
How did I do that?
So there's a slither. There's a slithery bit, sort of near the waypoint. Let's see if we can find that on the map.
Okay.
Slithery bit. Aren't I near there? Actually, I am near there. It's saying I need to get onto this slithery bit, right, and then go up here. I think it's lying.
Don't
East.
put off until tomorrow what you can do
Oh,
today.
east. You mean up this big
Come on,
fucking
let's get a
giant
move
mountain?
on.
Is that what you mean? Right. Yeah, right. And how much stamina do you need for that? Are you sure about this? Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I see one of those stamina replenishing flower things up there. By the time I get there, though, I'll have fallen to my death and died. Okay, there's another one here, a bit closer. Yo-Yo, can you make that? Can you make it? You can make it. I believe in you. You can make it, Yo-Yo. We're all counting on you to not let us down. Wait, why did it... Oh. I was gonna say, why did it turn itself off? But it's because I successfully got some stamina juice off it. I don't know if I can make this one, though. You could have given me a bit more. Don't know whether you've given me enough to get there. But it's so close. But we're flashing red. Oh no, this is horrible. Am I even going to make it right now? I'm literally about to fall on my death. I swear, if I didn't have pockets full of rice pudding, I wouldn't be able to play this game. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just go straight up at this point. Damage is done. Alright, let's see where this takes us. Back down the mountain. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't ask that. Is it this slither? It's the next slither, isn't it? Are you serious right now? You want me to get on this? So the slither it's talking about. It's kind of said it's like round here somewhere. I mean, there's a little entrance thing here. Is it not this? Could it be this? Do we think it wants me to go in here? Yeah, I think it is, you know. I think it wants me to go in here. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god. Okay. Now, I didn't see... Even though I'm sure I placed one, I didn't see a custom waypoint in here anywhere, on this map anywhere. which is a shame because I needed to get back to the next part of that thing that I picked up today. It actually, you know what? I think I probably marked it with one of these. There, cave from domain point. It was here. So at least I've got it marked. Yeah, cave from domain point. So that's where I need to go for the other thing. So I think I'm safe to place a custom teleporter because I don't think I have one currently, which is weird. See, it's saying that. It says setting a new waypoint will remove an existing portable waypoint. Where? I don't see it. Show me where it is. I think it's full of shit. I don't see it anywhere. There should be like a way to just jump to it, right? Search for players. No, I don't want to do that. Why don't we have an option to find our custom waypoints on here? That would be useful. Alright, I mean, it's saying I'm going to lose a waypoint, but I don't even see a waypoint here. I think it's lying. Maybe it just always says that. So I'm going to use one anyway. And we'll go and kill this thing for Layla.
Hold the line. You play. Yep. The Temple of Wisdom.
We're on strike there.
This dance is for you. Here. Yeah.
Go get it, Uruguay. Sharing my knowledge. Hey.
Billowing surge.
I haven't got any boys to shoot them down. Sorry, clicking on them. Clicking's the best. Look at them.
Stay put.
Dance with the waves.
Are you such a prick? Get down! Just get down, you big
You're up.
prick.
Rest and rebuild.
A brash maneuver.
No, now you come down. Yeah, he's annoying. Probably better to have a boy user. Right, so that should let us level up Layla. That's not what I asked for. Okay.
Get it together, Layla.
When do we get
You're doing well so
Farazan?
far, but you.
I want my Farazan. Promise me a Farazan. You're not going to give me a Nilu constellation, you could at least give me my Farazan.
How did I do
Swear we
that?
waited all this time for a Hatsune Miku and Genshin Impact. And you're just going to make me wait even more. Alright, so we need 4 now. So I guess let's go get our commission rewards from Mondstadt while we wait for it to reset.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Reset these things. Did I do my cooking this week? Yeah. Create 10 furnishings. 3 bounties and 3 requests. I mean, that's one good way to get more, I guess. Forge 20 items.
My strength still fails me.
And that one's pretty low effort. I'll do that.
Take your pick.
Okay, so it's probably reset by now. I've forgotten where it is. That's over here. Well, it's because the last time I got to it,
Take a deep
I
breath.
did it through
As
the
if you're about to blow
interface.
up a huge balloon.
My weapon,
Exhale
my
all your
interface.
sleepiness into it, and then
Fucking little,
it's now flying away.
fucking flying little insect buggy freaking thing flipping around my face like a fucker. It's a lot of F's. What do you mean?
Hold the line. The Temple of Wisdom. Yeah, huh, yeah, yeah. Huh, yeah, yeah.
All eyes on me. Here. Yeah.
Ready, go! Stay put! Torrent, bring refuge!
Well, I didn't even get a chance to fly off that time. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I did that bug flight, man. Oh, it's really itchy. Oh, I don't know, but it's itchy. Alright, and then we need to do it again. What's this? Attack gobblers. I don't want that. I got 3 of these though. Which is something, I guess. And how many resin is that? So I could do it one more time then. Which will let me ascend her again. I need to wait for the reset. And now I could do bounties, I guess. See, once I've picked up the final reputation request reward, normally I don't bother because, like, what's the point? But it gives me something to do. And it is a quick, easy way to get more. Not that I need any right now. And it's also Battle Pass XP. You're going the wrong way, you damn fool. Where the frick is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, what do you want? I know what you want. We'll take on the biggest, baddest bounty you've got. Alright. Go. I never read it, I don't care. It could be immune to Dendro and Hydro, and I'd just freaking physically attack the shit out of it, whatever, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Alright, there he is. There's our boy.
yourselves a home. Everyone hold hands. Yeah. Yeah.
This dance is for you.
Hey. Ah.
Well, you did say
Don't be
pen,
scared.
to be fair. And pen with what you got.
Positions.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge.
All eyes on me.
Bellowing surge.
Let's move out.
And he's dead. And so is his mushroom friends. All I need to do is work. Alright, let's turn that back in. Easy money. Alright, give me my reward now, bitch. Reward! Alright, what was that, 30,000? Not bad. 2 minutes work. Alright, what's this one? Another robot? Why have you got so many evil robots roaming the land? Did you do something
Marching in the
To
rain
your
conceals the sound of our
large
arrival,
language models that you don't want
but
to
is
talk
also
about?
a test of stamina.
Did I activate this? No. I better get on that. We can do that. We've got time. Oh, you put them all on the ground. All right. Yaya's the fastest. I actually think she's the slowest because apparently the shorter legs they have, the slower they move. But I don't know, Yaya just feels faster. Maybe it's because she's smaller, she feels faster. I don't know. I don't really know how that works. She just feels nippy. Right, where are the other ones? I don't see them. Oh, there's some over there. Oh, come on. I was literally right on my ass. You make me touch the ground? Why are you doing this to me? Why don't you just pick them up? Right, how many have I got left? 14. There's one up there. Okay. 5. Wait, how can you go? How can we go from 14 to 5? Alright, look, I'm not a mathematician, alright? Don't question it. There's some more around here somewhere. That much I know. And I also got my rune card to... Oh shit. What timer is that anyway? Is that my... That must be the challenge timer, is it? So what happened to my rune guard timer? Because that's my rune guard over there, I think. What happens if I just kill him now? There's so many questions. Okay, I need to find the green floaties, the green flippies, the floppies, the floppers. I don't know why they're hiding from me. I just don't know why they have to make it so awkward. Oh, there they are, they're over near the rune guard boy. Ooh, am I gonna get this in time? There's 1, 2. Not right now, mate, I'm busy. Okay, I need one more. Where is it? No, not now! It's on there. Got it. Right, I gotta get back over there. Are you kidding me? Oh, it gave me an extra minute. I don't know whether that's my timer for the rune guard or this. Okay, I got 6 minutes 20 odd
Pack
seconds for the
everything
rune
up
guard.
nice
That's
and
easy.
carefully. Don't drop
I
anything.
guess there were 2 separate timers or something.
Ha! You
There you
Glenn,
go. That's what
you're
we call
up.
multitasking while doing your commissions.
This may hurt a little.
Only
Hold the line.
pro gamers can play this
Go!
off. We're witnessing history in the making right now.
Here. Ha!
And we'll still have time to spare.
This dance is for you.
Make yourselves at home. Hey,
Torrent, bring refuge.
I bet I have more than 5 minutes on the clock and he's dead. He's dead. Totally. Now that is how you do it with style, alright? So if anybody asks, just link them this live stream, just link them this video, give them a timestamp, show them that. That's how it's done. Alright. Gimme. Cough it up. Reward. With the 30k. Might as well do the last one before we go back to our boss and get the boss drops. We'll go from here. It's the way to go. My shoulder's still hurting me. Don't know why. I've got some ibuprofen though. I might take an ibuprofen later on. I don't know what to eat tonight. What should I eat? Not sure what to eat. Food would be a good idea, probably. Alright, we're going down here, are we? Is he in the cave? It's not in the cave, it's just a little walkway. Alright, where's my guy? Where's my target? Ah, there he is. He wasn't even spawned in. Lazy bastard. He couldn't even be bothered to draw himself. Why are you going purple, mate? You've been messing around with the
rest and rebuild.
Ribiners.
Hey, go away.
You've been doing something wrong with the electro mage. Bit loud. A little tight.
Positions.
Here.
Hey. I'm seeing stars. The Temple of Wisdom.
Oh, he's
All
already
eyes
dead,
on
look.
me.
Last 2 seconds. What a win. All that glowing purple like it was something special. What a letdown. All talk and no trousers, that lad. Alright, let's go back. Where are we going? Alright, so I do need to go and get some food. So I'll go and knack this boss. Get the last drops for Farazan with today's resin. We did our commissions. We did the last event. We found the last, you know, 3 green bottles hanging on the wall thing. Right? We did that. We got our bloody OCR. Cat can now read subtitles thing finished. Amazing. Where's my waypoint? Yeah, so all in all, pretty nice. Didn't make any progression in this main story because, you know, it took longer than I expected to get the OCR thing working. But now we can enjoy Kat reading to us. By we, I mean me.
I see everything.
So I can sit here like a lazy bastard and just let her do all the work, which is... Yeah, that's exactly why I made her, that's the whole point.
Everyone
You're supposed to be assisting, right?
Sharing my knowledge.
And the goal is eventually to get to a point where I become like the sidekick and she becomes the main star of the show. So I kind of just kind of sit there and, tell she's got nice tits or whatever, and she does the rest of it. And I reap all the rewards. So that's the plan. Looks like we're well on our way there. Oh, don't be floating up there again. Oh, you just wanna milk this. Don't forever to grow.
This dance is for
You
you.
just wanna hang on for dear life. You wanna
Make yourselves a home.
cling to the last semblance of life and hope.
Rest and rebuild.
It's all futile, mate. It's all for nothing. It's all for naught.
Let's move
You
out.
know it. You know it's all over. It's a matter of time. You could have come down eventually. Can't stay up there forever. Because I haven't got a bow user on me, It doesn't mean you can piss around in the air all day.
Everyone hold hands.
Set on a heater on you. There you go, lads.
Allow me.
See? It's inevitable, and I've still got full health. And look at me cooking these old stuff. If I want to get more health right now, look at that. Not that it can go anywhere. I'm already full!
All eyes on me.
Now give me your drops. Like a good boy. We'll have 3 again. 2! Cheap ass. What a cheapskate. That's alright. We'll feed him to our Layla. Yep, that is an M. She can get that. We can get that. I may as well give her these. Because I've got nothing better to do with them at this point. She's ready to ascend past 60. We can grab this and do a standard pull. Oh, look at that. We've also got a Nilo pull as well. Look at the Primo Gems. Look at the Primo Gems on that. Oh, it's purple. Give me a Yao Yao. Oh, I don't want that stinking boy. Oh, that's... I'm not... Do I look like a... Do I look like a furry or a Homo sapien? No. Oh, I've got 2 Nilo poles though for that. Right, where is he? C4, wonderful. That better not be more than my Yao Yao. What's my Yao Yao at? C3! Great, I got a stronger Goru, whatever his name is. I don't want to stand here because he's going to kick my ass as soon as I spawn in tomorrow. So let's go stand somewhere safe. Let's just go park in Mondstadt, I guess. We'll park in Mondstadt. We'll do our 2 Nilo poles. 2 more Nilo poles. Nilo, I need you to be good. And I need you to come home this instant. Right now, young lady. God damn it, not a debate club again. Why are you doing this to me? I've worked so hard today. I thought you would reward me. So what have we learned today? That hard work gets you nowhere. Nothing. It's not worth it. 1 Primo Gem and 1 Intertwined Fate. With this Intertwined Fate, I summon, with the power invested in me, Nilo, come home! Jesus Christ! You know what? I'm ending the stream. I've had enough. And that is where we will leave it. Lovely, lovely people.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I haven't had a single fucking viewer all day. But what, you know, it'll be... Unlike Twitch, this VOD will stay here forever until the fall of YouTube, I guess. So who knows? Somebody... Aliens in the future, if you're watching this, hello. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much. Thank you for researching the unsuccessful YouTubers of the 21st century. And using me as your quintessential example case Well, with that, I will leave it there. I'm going to watch some Zeppela after I've eaten. I will maybe find a better screenshot software that doesn't put as much pressure on my system and whatnot. But yeah, as you can see, it's all working. So even if it's, you know, no better than it is right now, that would be nice to play through some more Genshin Story. Have Kat read out the subtitles to us and reap the fruits of my labour. Alright, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, and I will catch you next time. Bye.